Learn it. Learn English. Learn it. You get money in America. This isn't you getting money in America. Learn English. I don't give a fuck. Learn it. Learn it. You riding on the roads. Learn English, motherfucker. Don't fuck about that shit. Learn English. Learn English. Learn English. Learn English. This ain't your fucking country. This ain't your fucking country. Learn English. Learn English. This ain't your fucking country. Fuck wrong with you? Fuck wrong with you, boy? You better learn English. Hey. Learn English.
Insultando, entiende ni madre lo que me está diciendo. La tienda.
You better get on.
En la Plaza de Reyes, la Sumenta, Soplón. Yeah. ¿Qué vas a saber? ¿Qué vas a saber tú? Oye, chibolito, faltóme. Pulpín de los pulpines, batería de Rapunzel, de rapeos, de raptos, de lagartos en cuartel. Cualquier la pega de cruel con un viejo coronel. Soy flujo, se me antojó dormirme en el laurel. Elevé mi level con un label y un Faber-Castell. Ya un papel, lo empape con sangre de todo aquel que se jura Nobel y no ve mis trenes en la riel. What's so man? ¿Por qué no sacan la tabua? Juro por mis aguas que no te hablo por las powers. Soy chinchado neto, búscame por pico sour y te voy a meter al centro loco como Beckenbauer. Escúchame atento mi bro, que estamos rompiéndole en pro. El negro de Plaza de Reyes como siempre rompe este micrófono. Que quiere meterle como yo pero no puede meterle taco pro. Si te pensaba que solo era un gallo, déjame decirle que se equivocó. Real motherfucker feeling on the street. Es el Black Sheep Mental de Plaza de Kings. Motherfucker Soplón.
Nero Luis, man, desempeño en la victoria para que sepa. Incas Mo, Money Gang, yeah. Yo también he llorado, gente. También me han desplazado por mi rasgo afrodescendiente. Sí, un perro no habla pero siente. Cuento historias callejeras pa' barrios de delincuentes. Y soy un perro que te ladra, que te muerde y que te huele, nene. Soy más que Lele, ustedes para mí son pelele. Con mi jauría todo el día en busca de los cheles. Tengo un perro en fiscalía que nos mueve los papeles. Y otro en la comisaría para evitar el susto. Muchas veces me han llevado por solo como luzco. Perdón, madre mía, si yo le causé un disgusto. Pero en esta vía yo crecí rodeado de perros chuscos. Yo sé que me quieren ganar, yo sé que me quieren tumbar y no pasará porque soy de verdad. La super rafina, la Dodo Style, metido en latina aprendiendo un quizá. Yo tengo el style, no mido la raza del perro, yo mido por la lealtad y yo soy leal. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Salí de ese peña aquí con una seña te tiran para atrás. La calle limeña aquí nadie la dueña, ya nada es igual. Tiene que respetar, tiene que respetar. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Salí de ese peña aquí con una seña te tiran para atrás. La calle limeña aquí nada le dueña, ya nada es igual. Tiene que respetar, si yo soy tu papá, Es Incas Mob, negro, Es Incas Mob, nigga, Nero Luigi, man, Incas Mob, It's Money Gang,
Hey, yo, Yango en la maldita casa. Me llaman pa' que les dé al menos una vez al mes. Se metieron al lago y olvidaron que era el mes. For everybody bless. La fama es una puta, me está llamando a las 3. Dile que llame después de las 16 y 25. Volví de la infancia de Abraham Lincoln. Con fuerza ya inco, luchando para salir del rincón. Letra callejera en CD brinco. Under del under, puede que tu viejo te lo mande. Sale de vez en cuando como el cóndor por los Andes. Mi cuerpo no es de madera como Dandy. Antes que me branden, yo seré el ola que los expande. Aunque esto me pique en la madera, no sirven ni para romper el ticket de un evento afuera. Loco por la carrera, desafían la gravedad. Yo espero tras la barrera y llego con la novedad. Niña, tú solo espera que ya encontré la manera. He visto bastante por querer lograrlo saltando escalones dentro de la escalera. La vida me puso al depósito, yo soy de púlpito para que el mundo conociera. Modesta parte mejor interprete que ha parido esta cordillera sin luz afuera. Que el espectáculo es dentro, la calle calle es mi templo. Tiembla el pavimento cuando yo me concentro. Mis disparos son temas, la calle un poema. Se siente desde cuando entro. Y a toditos estos drogaditos que creen que rapean, los regreso al centro de mi balcón. Yo he visto el clon del clon en la misma gestión, pero a la malla no llega el balón. Y para esta pantalla no sé qué patrón. Yo ya me sé la cuestión y doy fe por cada renglón. Consciente de la operación del final de Mbappé con la edad de bufón. Veían la maldita casa, Plaza de Rey y papá. El Nero Luigi, Black Mental, hip hop peruano, rasgo en la maldita base. Yao, yao, yao. Nah.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo, wow. Quieren pensar, sin ni siquiera estar al mando. Tanta publicidad subliminal te está matando. Les cuesta decidir por sí mismos cuál es su mando. Publican sonrisas con el corazón llorando. Quieren brillar, pero sin tener que valerse de tener sus ideas propias. Los veo a todos igual, solo son la réplica de la imitación de una triste copia. Obedece, la vida es un suspiro y envejeces. Te dejas distraer por estupideces y pierdes el eje. Te duele por dentro, entonces te creces, pero aceptas mucho menos de lo que mereces. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. Conserva tu juicio y tu intuición, más activos que el que lucha por lo suyo y no se rinde. Yo ya sé bien cuál es mi misión, y es contarte que el mal por su propio pie pronto se extingue. No caigas bajo su control, pues por la televisión es normal que mal lo pinte. Tú mantente firme en conexión con la fuente de creación, vivirás siempre de fin de. Dios abre los ojos, dime lo que ves. A tus propios hijos matándose por billetes. Niños por cada 2x3. Pa' unos es bendición, con otros por su causa pequen. Y yo que intento ser un ser crístico, voy bendiciendo hasta los diablos. Piensan que es cierto el mensaje típico.
Dicen que invento lo del engaño y mientras lucho contra mis errores, demonios escucho, me ofrecen soluciones, pero sé que hay un ángel que quiere que mejore. Me dice haz un trabajo interno antes de que lo ignores, antes que otra vez llores y se llenen los mares de pena y de dolores, ya que en mi mente no caben. La paz no va en un sobre, somos algo importante, nunca te revelaste y por eso no lo sabes. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido. Oh. Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido, no, no. Todos repiten lo que dice el referente, discursos vacíos lejos de ser coherentes. De lo que no sabes será mejor que no inventes, que investigues y no te dejes lavar la mente. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo, wow.
All right, okay. All right, give me a second here. Audio needs to get back on track. 3, testing 1, 2, 3. All right, okay. So, hey, Shalom family, Cuba, buenas tardes, man. I hope you guys are doing well. Hope you guys had a good few days. For some reason, the camera is acting weird again. So, I would love it for not having to deal with that every single day. Well, whenever I'm on live, you know what I'm saying? So, just letting y'all know. So, anyways, got a lot today. Shalom, Kwam, Jeremias, buenos dias. I know it's not early, but you know what I mean. I like saying that. We got a lot today, fam. We got a lot to cover. Also, let me see, man. We should just get going because I want to cover. To be honest, this is like a heavy point, and because this is one of those months where, well, I mean, you guys can see it. You know what I'm saying? It's all over us. Every single day we deal with you that not just believe like in the scriptures, like, oh, 'cause somebody said so. No, man, it's because you actually saw it yourself, and you knew it within you, like, yeah, they seem to be fun, holidays, but once you knew that the Bible said don't, our scriptures, our scrolls, I'm trying not to say Bible, said that, a lot of us put it away. You know, it was harder for some other cases too, like some for Sabbath maybe. You know, some like to work almost a lot and having a day like Saturday maybe like those days where you have to work. You know, like maybe you sell I don't know something on the weekends. So I understand the heaviness that we're dealing with, family, which is why you know it's important to me, and that's why I'm like, man, there's a lot to share. It's like so much. I'm in. My mind is overwhelmed, to be honest with you. Okay, so I had a way to start this, and you know, I'm just kind of go with the flow, man, because honestly, I really I want to share all this stuff, man. I wish, and how I wish it wouldn't have to be like online, fam. That this could be something where I could do, you know what I'm saying, and I could show y'all because this is not a easy thing to walk over. These holidays are absolutely, positively the most demonish mystery religions that you can imagine. If you guys are interested in, let's say, conspiracy theory, right? Ustedes que les gustan esa desmadre. I'm not saying that I never built. I kind of thought about it, but I never put all my, you know, thought, spirit, energy into it, you know. But I always kind of like wondered about these religions. Like, man, they're heavy. You know what I'm saying? They're heavy. Hey, QLIV, VTC, experto. You know how I like saying that, bro. So let me start off with this, family. Let me start off with this. Let me see if I can move this. See, it's weird, man. It does it sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't. So I have this book, and you guys have heard of it. It's the dictionary Bible, you know. But the one I have is from like 1970, man. I've been blessed by our Father to have an opportunity to find these books, bro. Family, I'm telling you, man, this is really amazing for me, you know, and I really appreciate it. So we're gonna talk about these things. Like, for example, I said, okay, the thumbnail. I want you to understand, and again, familia, you know, I do this, and I'm not trying to destroy whatever quote quote faith you have. If it was a legitimate one, family, man, I'd be right with you. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not lying to y'all. But when I know in my mind, in my spirit, that something wasn't right, I had to share that. And again, for you that have tattoos of this Virgin Mary, Queen of Heaven, I get it. I get it. Your favorite Mongolian Canaanite, check it in. Oh, hey, there you go, bro. That's it, dude. There you go. What's up, bro? We got an inside joke, fam. So I don't want to offend you. Like, don't think I'm offending you. No. I'm not offending you. Nor am I offending our history, our heritage. Nor am I offending our mothers. Because this is the way this religion captured our spirit. You see, they brought our mothers in and family in this whole thing. Because I'm gonna tell you this, fam. I'm gonna tell you this right now, fam. There's a movie called Hunger. Check it out. It's a foreign movie. It's about cooking. It's got a very strong message. You that are in scripture, you should watch it. There's also a newer movie called like a newer one from what's her name? The girl from let's see, what was that? Oh, man, what's her name? Okay, hold on. There was this movie, I don't know, she was like a prostitute, and this doctor like dated her for one day, and next you know, like she became like his wife or something. Was it Woman in Red or something? The I can't remember. Anyways, she came out. Yeah, they do fortune hunters. They came out with a movie just recently. Now, check this out. And by the way, all will be revealed. I did check out William Cooper. Okay, or Bill Cooper, whatever. And I saw the movie that you recommended, 2001, The Odyssey. It's very boring, by the way. But you guys have to watch it. If you don't fall asleep, good. There is a message behind it. What I find interesting is the way that movie started. He said, focus on the way the movie starts, because it starts like with this world, and you see this moon and the sun and da-da-da-da and the crest. Well, guess what, fam? This movie that I just watched, other than Hunger, had the same exact thing. And everything in the next movie, and anything in this movie seemed like completely related to that other movie, 2001. So again, I'm not offending you. I need you to open your eyes, fam. Brothers and sisters, I need you to open your eyes because what you love was given to you by our parents. Keep that in mind, okay? So we got to be mindful. Why and how come it's here? Why is it here? You know, regeneration is for real, fam, which means we've dealt with this before. So back in the day, they used to call these things goddesses called Astaroth, in case you've never heard of it. So this is from that book, okay? It says Astaroth or Astaroth, an ancient city in Bashan where King Og dwelt, probably so named from its having a temple to the goddess Ashtoreth. It is generally mentioned with Idri. And 2 were given to Machir, the tribe of Manasseh, when Moses divided the territory east of Jordan before death. You see those scriptures, okay? It was given to Joshua and Gershon. So now it's talking about there's a city, right? There's a city named Astaroth. So don't confuse them either. Okay? So now let's continue. Then it says Astaroth. So Astarte. Astaroth is plural of Ashtoreth, name of any of the fertility goddesses of ancient Near East Babylonian Ishtar. We've heard of that. Greek and Canaan. Oh, damn it. Oh, dear Jesus. Let me see that real quick. The Mystery of Babylon series is 43 episodes. They talk about Christianity, Babylon roots. Yeah. I just got the first one. I got through the first one. So that's why when I got through the first one, I started watching the movie. So now, again, family, matter of fact, if you want to watch the movie, just watch like the beginning. It's weird because it's dark. The whole, like for 4 minutes, it's black, pitch black. So you're expecting something, right? You see, all of this is psychological triggering. And again, this new movie that I saw, what's her name? Oh, man, I gotta get this. Hold on a second, fam. New Netflix movies. Let's see. It says actress, and I cannot remember. Netflix movies. End of world. Well, hold on a second. You guys got to see. Oh, here it goes right here. This movie right here. So this movie right here. This actress. So this movie. You guys got to watch this movie, family. Matter of fact, let's see if we can check out the trailer. All right. Hold on a second. Let me see if we can check out the trailer. See, Leave the World Behind. Everything to know about the apocalyptic thriller. Now, I find this very interesting, family, because the way this movie is moving and the way it ends, or at least there's a portion where the same thing in the Odyssey of 2001 that Bill Cooper talked about, they use the same imagery here. And Bill Cooper said that they were sending a message to each other at that time. Well, this movie basically means how they're going to finish this whole thing. And family, while you're over here distracted with Christmas and all of these crazy things, right? With who? Astarte. The plural Ashtoreth refers to many local goddesses. We're going back to the point. I don't think I want to show that trailer because then they'll try to block me. You guys check it out. Okay? So now we're going to look at some of these things here in the scriptures. Now it says here that like Ashtoreth. I'm just kind of showing you because we're going to touch some of these scriptures. Okay? So Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Canaanites. Worshipped all along the seacoast from Ras Sham or whatever. So let me just try to pronounce it. Seacoast from Ras Shambra, Agarit, southward through Phoenicia and Philistia. The plural Astaroth is found commonly and refers to the idols representing her. Her male consort, was apparently Baal. We're going to see that name. And these names are in the scriptures. They're in the scrolls. The prophet Samuel brought about a great revival, but before Israel could be saved from the Philistines, they had to give up Ashereth and turn to Jah. Well, that name also is wicked. Be careful. Let me see this real quick. I appreciate you guys getting time in real quick, man. They had a Christmas parade, but my house, nothing but vanity. By my house, nothing but vanity. They closed down streets just for the stupid parade to worship the damn tree. And that, yeah, it was so crazy. They had the same thing. I'm sure you're not the only city. But we had the same thing. I'm not aware of these things anymore. And we happened to move. And all of a sudden, man, like, back home, I knew of the parade and I never bothered to see it. So, and it wasn't too close to my house. This time it wasn't not too close because I came to work and it was right on my work street. You know what I'm saying? Like, a commercial, like working area type, man. They closed the streets. They literally closed the streets. Now that's another point. Santa Claus, and then crows, whatever. All of these things have history, and they're back at it again. So remember, I read this to y'all last time, family. Look, I don't want to lose your point here, okay? Because I'm gonna show you these pictures here right now, okay? Because I got a lot to show. But if you recall, I think it was this one, or was it this one? It was here, I think. It was here. Or was it? Which one was it? Let me see. Hold on if I can remember. Let's see. If I recall, it had to be on this page. If it's not, I'm going to go back real quick because I just remembered how I think it's this one. Here it goes. Keep this in mind, family. Keep this in mind, okay? So if you really pay attention to what it's actually telling us here, pay attention to this. It says here, Nimrod, the grandson of Ham. Here, I'm going to go here. Nimrod, the grandson of Ham, son of Noah. We keep seeing these Phoenicia, Canaan, Ham, y'all relative to these particular religions, but you act like you're not. And now, again, remember, if you believe in the scriptures, then you'll know where these generations come from. If you don't believe in the scriptures, then that means you believe in science and you believe that the original man came out of Africa, which based on the scriptures, it's not true. That's just a fact. Now, let's continue. Was the real founder of the Babylonian system that has gripped the world ever since. The system of organized competition. Now, point this back. Remember Nimrod? This whole religion concept of Christianity, most of them, they're all based on him. So now here, Nimrod represents religion, right? Follow me. Grandson of Ham, son of Noah, was the real founder of the Babylonian system, which included religion. What else came with that religion that had gripped the world ever since? Since the system of organized competition of man-ruled governments and empires based upon the competitive and profit-making economic system. That sounds to me like religion and capitalism. Capitalism and government, because it's telling you right here. Now, you guys already know this, family, and this is why I know I've talked to some of you brothers, man, and at least you went through the things that I went through. Because my wife at first, she was like, oh, family in the memory. But then when I started reminding her, do you remember how we go through a bunch of stress just to get to this day? We go through a lot of expenses. We plan ahead. We do these stupid midnight, runs like, oh, let's go hide the kids so they don't see. Supposedly eat the cookies with milk. We do all of this for 4 months. Matter of fact, all year we prep for this holiday. Tell me if I'm wrong. I'm not wrong, because you know why? I'm not wrong. Because the moment you start the new year, like for example, you guys that work for companies, you know this, I'm not lying. You start the new year and you hit new vacation time. Am I lying? When do you get to use it? Oh, it adds up, increments, right? And by the end of the year, you have, let's say, a week or 2 weeks, if they give you vacation time, correct? And how long does it take? 12 months. Your entire economic system that you live by, whether you like it or not, it's based on Nimrod's religion of, we're going to go through it right now. Now, of Christmas. You guys think this is a joke. This is not a joke. If you don't know what you believe in, if you don't know what you're worshiping, it's like, listen, family, you are playing with the Ouija board when you're dealing with Christmas facts. You want to know why? Because if Christmas said Ouija, and you had like a sense of like, I don't know, people had talked bad about it, then guess what? You won't do it. But because they made it so attractive, now you see Ouija boards as games now, making them more attractive. Because it's getting to that point. Tell me I'm lying. They have transgender people in churches now, teaching, dancing. The world's first capitalist society. Yep. Nimrod, bro. You got it right there, bro. You got it right there. Bruh. For real, man. For real. The first world's capitalist society was Nimrod's society. In Nimrod's society, we're going to learn today that it was based on what? Let me read this. From ancient writings, considerable is learned of this man who started the great organized worldly apostasy from God that had dominated this world until now. Man, bro, for real. Nimrod was so evil. Let me read that again. Nimrod was so evil, it is said he married his own mother. Oh, dear Jesus. Whose name was Semiramis. Semiramis. Paganism plus capitalism equals USA. Hey, listen, I'm sorry, you that love this country, and I'm not against this country, so don't even go there. But I do have the right to say what is very obvious, because you do read history. This whole country is based off history. Learn your history, don't they say? Learn your history. So I'm learning my history. And based on what I'm learning, because you also want to, blend religion as well. You say, God, bless America. I mean, don't you say that? Now you guys are talking about anti-Semitics and we shouldn't say these things. And I'm like, okay, well then, now you're bringing up the topic of Semitics and religion. So then maybe let me use my history knowledge and share with y'all what I see. So Nimrod, the grandson of Ham, a relative of the Canaanites, yes, who a lot of you guys are of this country, okay? Son of Noah, was the real founder of the Babylonian system, which is why we see things like this. Now, whenever I talk about particular, topics, family, I'm not pointing the finger. If it was someone that, matter of fact, it don't matter what you look like to me anymore. I don't give a shit. I never did. I care about now is that you came, yes, with the curses, but then you went too far. Scriptures say it. Hold on a second. Let me bring this out. This is why it's important to know what you guys study and like I know some of y'all have been familiar with this. But this is that religion, Christianity. Okay? So when you say God bless America, that's Christianity. Evangelists, they vote heavily, don't they? God bless America, right? Okay. So I'm telling you that Nimrod's first system is just like yours. Paganism and capitalism to the fullest. And also crazy people. Check it.
Your engine's not warming up. You know what you need? Your engine is not revving up. You know what you need? You need a Holy Ghost. Right up your rear.
see what I mean, family? Hey, and you know, for example, Good Friday. Where do you see Good Friday in the scriptures? So again, we are once again back to ancient Babylon. Now, for you guys that don't believe that, well, I'm not here to convince you. Yeah, man, there are. You know, honestly, bro, it's true. Let me see. Hold on. Let me get some scriptures real quick, man, because I had some in mind. So, well, it's not only in mind, but shoot, I got a few here. All right, let me see this real quick. Go back here to Ezekiel real quick. Hold on. I'm just playing some football in the background, family, just to kind of have a background sound. Okay. Let's see, Ezekiel. Hold on, let me turn it down, dude. Give me a second. Let me change it because that's kind of bothering me now. Give me a second. Momento, man. Look, now they're playing this holiday. See, they make it all look forward, like family, food, sitting together, a sweet song. They got you all trapped. Man. Wrapped up like un burrito. All wrapped up in a taco. Think about it, family. Has anybody ever been able to answer you this question? If they're so Christian, why are they so corrupt? If they're so Christian, how do you sell arms to Israel? $100 million sale to Israel to kill more people. Maritime laws that Phoenicians started and later adopted by Rome. Yes, sir. Those architectures is everywhere, not just America. I know, bro. I know. They don't give them enough credit, bro. They don't give them enough credit. But they themselves, matter of fact, they themselves have exposed themselves. And I'll touch on it in a little bit because, like I said, I have a lot to share. I don't want to make it seem like only particular people, but you know what? Both of these nations contributed to this problem, family. It wasn't just one. It was not just one. Those are just facts. This is their system. This is what they thrive in. This is what they believe in. He organized the world's first kingdom, he says. So now, excuse me, let me read it again. For many ancient writings, considerable is learned of this man who started the great organized worldly apostasy from God that has dominated this world until now. Nimrod was so evil, it is said he married his own mother, whose name was Semiramis. After Nimrod's ultimate death, his so-called mother wife, Semiramis, propagated the evil doctrine of the survival of Nimrod as a spirit being. Follow me. She claimed a full-grown evergreen tree sprang overnight from a dead tree stump, which symbolized the springing forth unto new life out of dead Nimrod. On each anniversary of his birth, she claimed Nimrod would visit the evergreen tree and leaves gifts upon it. December 25th was the birthday of Nimrod. This is the real origin of the Christmas tree.
Who are you?
Not only that, check this out. Through her scheming and designing, right here, Semiramis became the Babylonian queen of heaven. Now, how do you say queen of heaven? Queen of heaven, for you guys, in case you don't know, in Spanish. I mean, I don't know. I'm just being real stupid, but I don't understand why you guys don't see this. Queen of heaven means reina de los cielos. Okay? Now, I'm going to do a very simple Google. Look, I'm not even trying, family. Come on. It's time. Look, here it goes. Okay. No. Before I do that, I want to bring this out, man. Okay. 1 Corinthians 13:11, man. Because it's about time we start waking the hell up. It's about time we start talking like adults, family. Okay? Because we have enough technology, enough information to simply do what I'm doing. And I'm not misguiding you or misleading you into believing anything. Again, if this was legitimate belief in our scriptures, I would be pushing it hardcore. But it's not. It's not. So while my family, you guys are sinning, guess what? We're still here. Those are facts. Those are facts. Look, when I was a child, listen, when I was a child, I spake as a child. Yes, you're right. My mom taught me. I didn't know any better. You know what I'm saying? I understood as a child. Okay, mijito, este 25 de diciembre va a ser el día del niño Dios. Right? Okay, fine. I thought as a child, okay, mamá, pues voy a seguir celebrándolo. But when I became a man, meaning when you have now this understanding, I put away childish things. For example, for now we see through a glass darkly. So let's say before I didn't see it clearly. But I'm like, wait, hold on. I'm trying to see these clarities here. How does this relate to that? How come we and where? No, wait. I never knew that the Virgen Maria was painted by the Tarascanos, a very famous tribe of ours who were very, 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 very talented when it came to pottery, painting, all sorts of things like that. I know because I looked into it. I wanted to know how come I was so good at pottery or sculpting. I'm from Guadalajara. I was wondering. So again, when I became a man, I put away childish things. I started seeing, hey, okay, well, damn, I didn't know. Oh, wow, wait, hold on. So it's not, so they never saw this image? Wait, hold on a second. So you're telling me that the Queen of Heaven is in the Bible, in the scriptures? Yeah. And it says not to worship that? Yeah. Okay, so for example, when I became a man, I put away childish things. So if I show you, brother or sister, and I say to you, listen, the scriptures say don't do what they do, because the scriptures say don't do what the people do, because you know what they do? They seem to be doing the same thing the Bible says, the scriptures say not to do. They go and cut a tree, they deck it with silver and gold. It's like, what? For real? Jeremiah 10:2. Thus say the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathens are dismayed at them. For the custom of the people are vain, for one cutteth a tree out of the forest. For one cutteth a tree out of the forest. But the custom of the people are vain. Why? How? How are they vain? Because they go and cut a tree out of the forest, a dead tree, a tree that has nothing to do with the Most High. The work of the hands of the workman with the axe. Okay, that's how they do it. Then after that, this vain culture of theirs, they go and bring it to their home and they deck it with silver and gold. But before they do that, verse 5, they are upright as a palm tree, but they speak not. They must needs be born because they cannot go. Why? Because here's verse 4. Let me skip something. They fasten it with nails and with hammers that it move not. Once they axe it out, bring it in your house, they hammer it down, it stands up straight. Then they go and they deck it with silver and with gold. The Most High said, learn not the way of the heathen. So you that was a child saw darkly, okay? So let's go back now. Let's kind of bring you back to the point here. You saw darkly, right? Oh, what is that? 11, 13, 13, I'm sorry. You saw darkly. It says, when I was, I'm sorry, 1 Corinthians 13:11. Let me slow down. 1 Corinthians 13:11. When I was a child, I spake as a child. So when you were taught these things as a child, that's all you knew. I understand. I get it. Fine. Your mom taught you that? The Virgen Maria was in front of your room all the time. I get it. I get it, family. I totally do. I didn't grow up exactly like that, but my mom had, Jesus all over. I spake as a child. So when I was taught those things, I celebrated it too, right? I was looking forward to Christmas, all these things, of course. I understood as a child because that's all I knew. I thought as a child because even as a man, 20, 30, celebrating these things, not knowing any better, like a child, because that's all I knew, I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. Which one is it? Give me a second, family. I'm gonna look for something real quick. Sorry to do this for y'all, but I'm gonna show you something. Became a man. Question is, hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. Let me see. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm going to go through this real quick. Hold on. Give me a second. Come on. I'm going to be right there. Hold on. I'm looking for it still. Hold on a second, family. Oh, man. I wish I would have wrote that down. I guess I didn't. And it's been a while since I touched the scripture. And I know that it's in First Kings. I just cannot remember exactly which one. Hold on, maybe it's here. And forgive me, just be patient with me. Come on, bro. If not, I'm just gonna continue. I don't want to lose my point. If not, I'm gonna continue. Hold on. Yeah, it's cool. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. So now that you know as an adult, and you're learning as an adult, and it's kind of hard, I ain't gonna lie, to put away these things, right? But see, when I Google this, Queen of Heaven, Reina de los Cielos, copy paste, I'm not doing much, right? Going back to my point, look at this. I'm not trying, family. Absolutely not trying. You saw what I did. Queen of Heaven, Babylonian Semiramis. Then I went to translations of Queen of Heaven. What does it mean? Reina del Cielo. Then it said, okay, well, what is that? Then it said this. I'm not forcing these thoughts upon you, fam. Look at how they worship this Queen of Heaven. This is a holiday coming up right now for our gente. 170 something shares. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. See this? I'm not kidding. Okay. This is real stuff. You see, look. The Virgin Mary appeared in front of Diego again and told him to collect flowers on top of the hill. But see, look, check this out. Isn't it funny? Look. You see, now we're connecting the dots, family. Because look. I showed you guys the book the other day. And it's dated around 1531, right? Remember the Sumarraga, right? Also Miguel Sanchez, the writer, right? And then Bustamante, right? The bishop. Okay. Juan Diego was a young indigenous Indian who was walking towards the hill of Tepeyac on December 12, 1531, when he was stopped by an appearance of the Virgin Mary. Really? Really? According to Diego, the Virgin Mary was a young woman with black hair, dark skin, who looked like a woman in his community. That's Fatima. And these people were Swarti. Don't think they were all white. She ordered Don Diego to go to Bishop and ask him to build a church at the hill of Tepeyac. Diego then ran to the bishop to tell him the Virgin Mary told him. The bishop did not believe Diego at first and disregarded his request to build a church at the hill of Tepeyac. The Virgin Mary appeared in front of Diego again and told him to collect flowers from the top of this hill. You see, but we read that the Tarascanos were very popular in collecting flowers and making, colors out of flowers and making things or pictures out of flowers, right? Okay. Since it was December, Diego knew that there would not be any flower at the rocky hill. Upon reaching the top of the hill, he was surprised to see that it was covered with beautiful, colorful flowers. He remembered what he was asked to do and collected the flowers in his coat. Blah, 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 blah. Boy, hold on. With the flowers in his hand, he went to see the bishop. So who's this bishop? We read about him, didn't we, family? So again, when I was a child, Spake as a child. I thought as a child. That's all I knew as a child. So now, and let's go again. Through her scheming and designing, Semiramis became the Babylonian queen of heaven, and Nimrod, under various names, okay, became the divine son of heaven. Whoa. Okay. Through the generations in this idolatrous worship, Nimrod became the false Messiah, son of Baal, son of God. Whoa. Watch this real quick. Numbers 22:41 says, and it came to pass in the morrow that Balak took Balaam and brought him up into the high places of Baal, that thence he might be the uttermost parts of the people. So who's this Baal? Sent to Balaam. Check this out. Judges 2:13. Judges 2:12, it says, and they forsook the Lord of their fathers, which brought them out of the land of Egypt, and followed other gods, of the gods of the people that were round about them, and bowed themselves unto them, and provoked the Lord to anger. And they forsook the Lord, and served Baal and Ashtaroth. Man, come on, family. Come on. Come on, family. I'm not cheering this. I'm sounding the alarm. This is sounding the alarm. Why? And the anger of the Lord was hot, meaning he was pissed the hell off. Not only does it do you a favor to get you out of slavery, you go and slap him in the face. The Pope hangs a picture of Black Madonna holding a baby. Yep. Fatima is what her name is. Fatima. So we see these two characters in the Bible. Judges 2:11. And the children of Israel did evil in the sight of the Lord and served Baalim. He goes by different names. Judges 3:7. And the children of Israel did evil in the sight of the Lord and forgot the Lord their God, and served Baalim and the groves. The groves? What do you mean the groves? So let's start tackling this one at a time here. So Baal, so you'll see the same as Baal, a Phoenician deity. Gotcha, bitch. It ain't just white people, family. Okay, stop it. Y'all are dumb if you think that's what it is. Astaroth, the name of the Sidonian deity. Gotcha, how come you guys don't embrace this history? You sure as hell want to embrace everything else, but this, you don't want to embrace it. I don't understand why. Let's not forget this topic. I'm gonna show you guys. This is part of my list here. Let me show it now because I don't want to forget. All right. Let me see.
Many of those who early on helped to formulate what is modern day Christianity in Greece and Rome were also many of those who early on helped to formulate what is modern day Christianity in Greece and Rome were also African.
When you look at Christianity, you're dealing with the almond priesthood that's coming directly out of ancient Kemet. You're dealing with the rites and rituals.
Okay.
Que alguien me explique.
IUIC, GMS, Sakari, and I think ISUPK. I don't want to say, again, I haven't seen them. I don't really know. You guys can confirm whether they believe this or not. But you all believe that you ruled Europe. And you always show these pictures of these people, but you try to hide this image here. Yet it's part of those other images that you show. Some of them are on the same wall. You just don't show it. And then you want to claim and say that these people from another nation that you never knew gave you another religion that you never knew? That your fathers never knew either? It makes no sense. You are admitting it here. So let's continue where the origins of these things come from. This ain't no hate talk, fam. This is real talk. Don't just point the finger at one particular people. It's not. It's not. But if you guys still believe that, oh, well, we're not like them. Well, you're doing what they do. Oh, I'm not religious. Well, you're doing what religion does. I celebrate Christmas, but those are facts. You're just a Christian too. Let's continue.
You're dealing with the rites and rituals of Osiris.
Not only a Christian, bro. You're celebrating African heritage here. Christianity is African heritage. Those are facts. Tell me if I'm wrong. Where's Arsareth come from? Where's Arsareth come from? The deities. They're deities. There wasn't no one else's deities. Let's continue.
You're dealing with the rites and rituals of Osiris, the passions of Osiris. The idea of the resurrection of the dead and his son coming forward, Heru, as his living testament to his life. Aset, who the Greeks call Isis, is the essence of who Mary is. Nebetet, who is her sister, is who Mary Magdalene is. So that when you look at Christianity, I mean, even when you look at the word Chris or Charas, you're dealing with Chares. Cha means spirit and res means to rise. The Romans learned the passion of Osiris through the Greek. And the Greeks learned it through the Kemites or the Africans from Egypt. So that it was just a retelling of the same story, superimposing things that they thought they knew. And that becomes what we today call...
Okay. So, am I wrong when I share this with y'all and show you Astaroth, the name of Sidonian deities, Baal, the name of a Phoenician deity? Sidonian and Phoenicia, all those religions are out of the lineage of Ham. Get that right, okay? Don't forget that. Now we're going to touch on who's this Baalim here. The same as Baal. Oh, okay. So they're not too far off. Nah, so let's go back, right? We got other things to talk. You got Judges 10:6. And the children of Israel did evil against the sight of the Lord and served Baalim and Astaroth and the gods of Syria and the gods of Sidon, another god, huh? And other gods. And the gods of Moab, yes, like Buddha, Krish, all of those. Don't think like, what is that? The monk stuff, what they believe in? I think Buddha, maybe. And the gods of the children of Ammon. And the gods of Philistines. So even the Philistines had separate gods from Baalim and Asherah. And forsook the Lord and served not him. Samuel says the same thing. Astaroth shows up again. First Kings says it again. She shows up again. You see how this is just continuing. Zidonians are always part of it. For some reason, again, you want the credit? I'll give you the credit. I'll give you the credit. What was that? It's always a Trinity, yet the Christian Trinity is different somehow. Yep, it's always a man, woman, God connection. Androgynous, that's right. It's no coincidence you see this transform popping up. Yep. No coincidence that we see that it's okay now. Society, the system, supposedly science now can even make you into a woman. That's what they say. I don't know. I've never tried. Check this out. 2 Kings 23:13. And high place, and the high places that was before Jerusalem, or Jerusalem, right? Not Ouida. That's dumb. Which were on the right hand of the mount of corruption, which Solomon, the king of Israel, had built for Asheroth, the abomination of the Zidonians. Oh, so now we see a connection. And for Kamash, the abomination of the Moabites. And for Milcom, the abomination of the children of Ammon, did the king defile. All because of women. Some of you guys are still not wanting to keep Christmas because you know it's wrong, but because of your wife, you don't want to say no. Because of women. I'm not wrong. For though there be, let's see, let me see. Let me just read it, okay? 1 Corinthians 8:5, it says, for though there be that are called gods, whether heaven or in the earth, as there be gods many and lords many. I'm not going to go into that. I'm not even really considering that topic. Okay, here it goes. 1 Corinthians 10 and 20, it says, but I say that the things which the Gentiles sacrifice, they sacrifice to devils and not to God. And I would not that ye should have fellowship with the devil. Hey, shalom, Rick. Sorry, brother. I don't know. I didn't see you. Did I see you, man? I didn't even realize it. I think I did see you, bro, and I just didn't even realize it. My bad, bro. My bad. I mean, you see example after example, dealings and dealings of these heathenish ways. Even Jeremiah talks about it, Jeremiah 32:35. And they built high places of Baal. Oh, interesting, right? High places. High places. Hosea 2:8. For she did not know that I gave her corn, wine, and oil, and multiplied her silver and gold, which they prepared for Baal. Silver and gold, silver and gold. You know, oil to burn at night, like a lamp, like a lamp. Wine and corn. Why? Because now they even have I'll show you, man. I'm gonna show you, family. I was tripping out. It blew my mind, man. I mean, not really, but where I think I did take a picture of it. I should have. They were promoting Christmas dinner, I think, or Thanksgiving. No, Christmas dinner. That's right. Here it goes. They're promoting Christmas dinner, right? Family, if you continue, you're just part of this beast. Look, they're promoting Christmas dinner, but check this out. They got what now? They got classic meal, a whole organic turkey, right? Or you can go tamale meal for Christmas. They got tamales now.
You.
See, Raza, you are part of a religious system that wants you to spend money. That's the only way you keep this beast alive. The only way. So let me move on from this now and go back to this here. I won't forget you. There's a lot, again, family, there's a lot to share. So now it says here, through the generations in this idolatrous worship, Nimrod became the false Messiah, son of Baal, the son of God, or the sun god. In his false Babylonian system, the mother child, Jesus, el niño Dios, el niñocito Dios, Semiramis and Nimrod, reborn, oh damn, became chief objects of worship. This worship of mother child spread over the world. The names varied in different countries and languages. In Egypt, it was Isis or Osiris. In Asia, Cybele and Dioias. In pagan Rome, Fortuna and Jupiter pure. Even in Greece, China, Japan, Tibet, is to be found the counterpart of Madonna long before the birth of the Anointed. Thus, during the 4th and 5th century, when the pagans of Roman world were accepting the new popular Christianity by hundreds and thousands, carrying their old pagan customs and beliefs along with them, merely cloaking them with Christian sounds names, the Madonna and the mother and child idea also became popularized, especially at Christmas time. Every Christmas season, you'll hear sung and chanting dozens of times in hymn silent night. Oh, wait. Every Christmas season, you'll hear a song and chanted dozens of times a hymn, Silent Night, Holy Night, with this familiar mother and child theme. We who have been born in such a Babylonian world, reared and steeped in these things all our lives, have been taught to revere these things as holy and sacred. Very true. We never question to see where they come from, right? Whether they come from the scrolls or from pagan idolatry. So now let me go back to here real quick. No, let me finish this on the bottom. Hold on. You know what? I could get it like that. Let me see if I can do this. So it says here on the bottom, I can't. Oh, well. Says in the bottom, the real origin of Christmas goes back to ancient Babylon. It is bound up in the organized apostasy which Satan has gripped a deceived world these many centuries. In Egypt, it was always believed that the son of Isis, Egyptian queen for Queen of Heaven, Egyptian name for Queen of Heaven, was born December 25th. Paganism celebrated this famous birthday for most of the known years for centuries of birth of Christ. Okay? Now, again, we talked about mistletoe and all these things, but no, hold on. But let's not let go of this just yet. Because we're in this whole concept of, the Virgin Mary and the Immaculate Conception, because that's what they say. That's what they say. So now, remember December 25th, okay? Now, there was a time where the Virgin Mary, so-called, was celebrated in September. Now, I pondered about that for quite some time. And my understanding at one time was that the Messiah might have been born in around Passover. I showed you guys in Luke 2. But the other day, I had this brother that I connect with on Facebook, and he posted something interesting, and he said that he believed the Messiah was born in September. This was after all of this, okay? This was way before this. I was like, oh, well, okay. I didn't say, hey, well, I just like, okay, let me dig into that. I wonder why. He did give he didn't give scripture. He just said it. I think this brother's well studied, right? So I just kind of went, okay, let me kind of sit on this for a second. I understand now how the Spirit works. The Most High allows you to sit on those thoughts. It's like something's coming. The moment you notice something, it's discerning now. It's like, oh, okay, something's coming. So I asked for answers. Okay. Well, guess what? There's a reason why the Virgin Mary was celebrated in September before. But it was celebrated for other reasons. They just didn't tell you. Let me show you this. When was Jesus born? Jesus. Now, when I say this and I make fun of that name family, I'm not talking about our anointed, the Meshiach. Okay, I'm not talking about him. Because remember, I'll show you this scripture real quick. Let me take this off. You have to understand that. You have to understand this real quick. Okay. 2 Corinthians 2:11, it says, 2 Corinthians 11:14. It says, and no marvel, for Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light. Now you wonder, what do you mean by that? Therefore, it is no great thing if his ministers also be transformed as the ministers of righteousness. You guys know what is the light, correct? Does anybody know what the light is? Anyone? Shalom, man. Shalom, brother. Anybody know what the light is based on what the scripture says? Anyone? Okay, that's fine. Isaiah 8:20 says, to the law and to the testimony, if they speak not according to this word, it is because there is no light in them. Wait a minute. So then you're telling me that no marvel, 2 Corinthians 11:14, for Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light. What? Now, hold on a second. You guys need to pay attention. Hold on. I'm sounding the alarm now. Because this means that just because you pick up the book doesn't mean you actually are following the light of the Most High. So now you have to understand that it is imperative, important. Like I'm telling you, family, es importante, guys, that you guys study thoroughly. The first thing you need to do is let go of these pagan holidays. That's the first thing. That's the first step. Like, for example, when they were arguing with Paul about the Gentiles, they're arguing with Paul about the what was it about that conversation, man? I think it's Acts. It was with Peter and Peter and Barnabas. Hold on a second. No, Paul and Barnabas, right? Hold on a second. Let's see. Is it third of the boat jar? Okay, let's see. I think it's here. Hold on. Let me go here. I'm trying to set up a point here. Hold on a second. Calmados, ways. Calmados. Acts 13. Right. So it says here, let's see, minister, they want false prophets, also John, and what they gonna do, the Papos. I'm trying to look for the scripture here. Apostles, old church, and men, their own company, and most kept silence. Oh, no, it's 15. My bad. All right, so it says here, so check this out, family, okay? Acts 15:1. It says, and a certain man which came from Judea taught the brethren and said, except ye be circumcised after the manner of Moses, ye cannot be saved. So, meaning that if they weren't circumcised at 8 years, at 8 days old, they couldn't be saved. That's one. And then if they were going to circumcise, they would have to do it. Now, when therefore Paul and Barnabas had no small dissension and disputation with them, they determined that Paul and Barnabas and certain of other of them should go up to Jerusalem unto the apostles and elders about his question. And being brought to their way by the church, they passed through Phoenice and Samaria, declaring the conversation of the Gentiles. They caused great joy unto all the brethren. Okay? Don't get lost. And when they were come to Jerusalem, they were received of the church and of the apostles and elders, and they declared all the things that God had done with them. But there arose certain of the sect of the Pharisees which believed, saying that it was needful to circumcise them, and to command them to keep the law of Moses, the sacrificial, everything, back to the way of how they were, back to the old order, because they did not want to embrace the everything except the sacrificial. They wanted to keep the old way. That was it. Like sacrificial law, circumcision 8 days, all of that stuff. And the apostles and elders came together to consider this matter. I'm getting to my point, fam. I'm trying to give you a story here. And when they had been much disputing, Peter rose up and said unto them, men and brethren, you know how that a good while God made choice among us, that the Gentiles by my mouth should hear the word of the gospel and believe. And God, which knoweth the hearts, bare them witness and gave them the Holy Ghost, even as he did unto us, and put no difference between us and them, purifying their hearts by faith. Now here, check this out. Remember, he said faith, but hold on. Now, therefore, why tempt ye God to put a yoke upon the neck of disciples, which neither our fathers nor we were able to bear? So it says here, let me skip here. So what these guys were actually explaining was, instead, why don't we explain why? Here's what they're going to go to, okay? Let me just get to it real quick. Hold on, where are you at? So it says right here, okay, so now, verse 15:27, okay, Acts 15:27. We have sent there, therefore, no, let me go back. 15:24. So now, Paul and Barnabas and Peter now explaining, listen, why put them through that yoke? They're just, for the beginning, like starting to understand. They're starting to actually understand what we're teaching. They've been in idolatry all this time, all their lives. Like you guys are coming out of Christianity all this time. You've been in this idolatrous thought all this time. It's not going to be overnight, family. You're not going to let this go overnight. So there's particular steps that you have to take, which is why you were given the grace, meaning grace period. Kind of like when your bills are due, like some of my bills are really due right now, right? So I got to pay them. They give you a grace period. So it says here, we have sent therefore Judas and Silas, verse 27, who shall also tell you the same thing. Oh, no, I'm sorry, I skipped. Yes, this is verse 24, my bad. For as much as we have heard that certain which went out from us have troubled you with words, subverting your soul, saying you must be circumcised and keep the law, to whom we gave no such commandment. It seems good unto us, being assembled with one accord, to send chosen men unto you with our beloved Barnabas and Paul, men that have hazarded their lives for the name of our Lord, the Meshiach. We have sent therefore Judas and Silas, who shall also tell you the same things by mouth. Right? Then it says here, for it seemed good to the Holy Ghost, it seemed good because of the grace unto us to lay upon you no greater burden than these necessary things. Here's a list of things. No greater burden right now, that ye abstain from meats offered to idols, and from blood, and from things strangled, and from fornication, from which if ye keep yourselves, ye shall do well, fare ye well. You see? So the first things that we got to start doing is not keeping those paganist ways. Bruh. That's the first thing you got to do. Those are the first things you got to do, family. If you keep reading this chapter, I think in this one, I think it's this chapter or maybe the 123, 24, because I was reading it last night. I wasn't taking notes. I was just reading, family. And I think and there's one where it talks about like people brought in a bunch of books and they just burned them, right? A bunch of books when they converted. Let me see if I can find them. And when they gathered all the price of the books, it was like a lot of money. Watch. Let's see if I can find it. Hold on. Yeah. Here it goes right here. Right? It says, Acts 19:18, and many that believed came and confessed and showed their deeds. Many of them also, which used curious arts, brought their books together. Curious arts? What the hell? Meaning idolatry, family. Meaning idolatry. Used idolatry. Magical arts, in which the sense word like studied magic. Astrology, charms, incantations. Padre nuestro que estás en el cielo, santificado sea tu nombre. All of that stuff, rosaries. It's not a joke, family. Look. And check this out. And burned them before all men. And they counted the price of them and found it 50,000 pieces of silver. Man, that's crazy. Daniel 2:2, and then the king's commanded to call the magicians and the astrologers and the sorcerers and the Chaldean for to show the kings his dreams. That's how they used to supposedly break down prophecy, fam. Enchantments, witchcraft, idolatry, all the things that you're not supposed to do. It's literally what we've been doing for quite some time. I'll just skip it. Let's go back. So now, why am I bringing up September and Christmas? Here's why. Because it all makes sense now. We are approaching the time of the year when the world celebrates the supposed birth of Jesus Christ. The jingles on the radio. Jingle bells, Batman's bells, Robin laid an egg. And television invade our sanity earlier every year. Man, it's not. Oh, man, that is so true, family. That is so freaking true, man. The jingles on the radio and television invade our sanity earlier every year, and the decorations now go up before Halloween. Very true. Everywhere we go, Christmas cheer is inescapable, man. Deck the halls of South Valley, fa la 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 la, fa la la la. Right? That's what we go through. For most of us, this is a season we struggle through, wishing it would rush by and be over. That's actually really true, fam. That's actually really true, you know. See if I can find it. And it's just sad because a lot of times, hardly any of us have any money to match it. You end up trying to fit in with the Joneses. You got people that make obviously these images for us, you know. So, like it says here, for most of us, because most people are broke, this is a season we struggle through. Nimrod needed religion and an economic system, like a capitalist system, to rule his government. Are you guys not seeing this? Satan's ministers are the Christian preachers throwing those magic signs, casting spells, BHIs too. For most of us, this is a season we struggle through, wishing it would rush by and be over. Isaiah 40:19 says, the workman melted a graven image, and the goldsmith spread it over with gold and cast its silver chains. Right? Fake. Now, it says, he that is so impoverished, that he had no oblation, meaning no offering, chooseth a tree that will not rot, meaning out of plastic, fam. That's how broke y'all are. You're so broke. You're so broke, you can't even really buy a real tree. Can't really buy any nice gifts. You'll choose a tree that won't rot. Why? Because it's fake. It's not even wood anymore. Now you guys catch yourselves buying these plastic trees all the time. But you're so broke. You want to please your wife, you want to please your kids because of the economic system. You're not seeing this trap. This is nothing spiritual. There's nothing spiritual good about these things, family. Yet it is the only reason. Yet it is also a season that requires us to be on our guard. Since we in the Church of God do not celebrate Christmas, you see, family, we ain't the only ones. We often stick out in the crowd. Such a difference piques the curiosity of some, and they may ask, why do we not keep it? We respond, Christ was not born on December 25th. Can we prove it? That's the question. Can we prove it? So let's continue. When this subject, when this subject is broad, many Protestants and Catholics become quite emotional, often becoming firmly entrenched concerning December 25th, in spite of the fact many simply enjoy the season and enjoy and feel. That's what it's all about. Learn not the way of the heathen, because the customs are vain. Vanity. What is vanity? What is vanity? I'm not dumb, family. I'm just looking this up. You know, some of y'all just need to stop being so uptight about I'm too smart. I don't want to look up words. Yeah, you're not too smart for that, okay? Stop it. Get off your horse. Learn some words for damn sakes. Excessive pride in or admiration of one's own appearance or achievements. A dressing table. Remember, I tell you guys are like trees, right? Learn not the way of the heathen, because they deck themselves with silver and gold. They don't work on themselves on the inside, family. They're all about vanity. It's all about vanity. Everything about is inflated pride in oneself. Birthdays is inflated pride in oneself. Something empty, because it's my birthday. It's me. It's Christmas. It's because my kids. It's my wife. Oh, because it's my kids. No, it's because you want to feel good. Or you have an inflated pride. And this is the perfect holiday to keep you there. Many simply enjoy the season and feel that the actual day of Christ's birth is irrelevant. Biblical and historical scholars are equally divided over this question as well. Christmas, however, is founded on the premises that Jesus was born on the 25th. And a person who is truly striving to follow the scriptures will see that the celebration of the Christmas is based upon a falsehood. And you know what, family? I think they might be right. But again, I'm going to dig into this. Again, I'm going to dig into it. Nobody really knows, but it doesn't really matter. It's not about the birth. It's just about not celebrating that damn holiday. Check this out. Clues on Luke, and he makes perfect sense. On the surface, the account of Mark and Luke reveal little about the time of Jesus' birth. No dates are given, no season, and the year's name. as well as regarded historians. Luke, however, provides a sound, orderly account of the events that remove any doubt as to the general time of Jesus' birth. All the clues are there, and all that is required is to dig them out and put them in order to discover the truth. Very true, family. In a long section covering Luke 1:5 through 2:8, okay, there was in the days of Herod, the king of Judea, a certain priest named Zacharias. He was the son of John the Baptist, okay? It says, Luke writes of a specific series of events in chronological order. He begins by telling the story of Zacharias, a priest, and his wife Elizabeth, who were childless. Pay attention, you Christians. While administering his priestly duties during the course of Abijah, Zacharias was visited by the angel Gabriel, the same one that visited the Messiah. Mary, who told him that his prayers had been answered and that he and Elizabeth would have a son. They were to name him John. Now, we don't get the same story when you read Matthew 1. You just hear that an angel came to Mary. Here, he's telling Zacharias, hey, the same thing. Hey, listen, you're going to have a child. So check this out, though. Because Zacharias doubted that this would happen, Gabriel informed him that he would not be able to speak until the birth of his son. Why is that? Because Zacharias was old by this time, and they couldn't have kids. As soon as his service in the temple was completed, he returned to his house. Elizabeth soon conceived and hid herself 5 months. You see that? So they had sex. No angel went into Elizabeth. Now, how come you believe that an angel went into Mary? Pretty stupid, right? Okay. Soon conceived and hid herself 5 months. Now, here's the point. 5 months. Unsure how her pregnancy would be viewed because she was older. That's why. In the 6 months of Elizabeth's pregnancy, 6 months follow, Gabriel visited Mary, informed her, and behold, she will conceive in your womb and bring forth a son. And she'll call his name Jesus or Meshiach or Anointed. Technically, it was Emmanuel, but whatever. Now, check this out. 6 months later, she was visited by Mary. Gabriel visited Mary and informed her, and behold, you will conceive in your womb and bring forth a son. You see that? Behold, you will conceive in your womb. It didn't say, hey, let me lay with you. So what are we again? Like the sons of heaven came down and lay with the women? Remember, that's stupid. Anyhow, check this out. That's not my point. Soon thereafter, Mary visited her cousin Elizabeth and stayed with her until the latter 9th month, leaving just prior to John's birth. This means something close, right? Approximately 6 months after John. So, what is the information we have? Zacharias, a priest, performed his duties during the course of Abijah. After he returned home from Jerusalem, Elizabeth conceived. Mary conceived 6 months of Elizabeth's pregnancy. Mary conceived in the 6th month of Elizabeth's pregnancy, right? John was born approximately 6 months before the Mashiach. So now let's learn about this course of Abijah. To date this birth, we need a starting point. Fortunately, Luke supplies one mentioning the course of Abijah. It is possible to know if this course existed then, when it fell during the year, and how long it lasted. Is it possible? Indeed it is. It says, 1 Chronicles 24 lists the courses, divisions, and shifts of the priesthood that served in the temple throughout the year. Verse 1 states, there are the divisions of the sons of Aaron. Among the sons of Eleazar were 16 heads of their father's heads, while among the sons of Ithamar were 8 additional heads of house, making 24 courses, okay? 24 courses. So let's continue. The course of priests were divided by lot to be official of the sanctuary and of the house of God. Verse 5. Beginning in Nisan, I'll just leave it at that for now. These courses rotated throughout the year, serving in the temple for 1 week apiece. You guys can look up the name Nisan and you'll find out what month this is. The course of Abijah, the course during which Zacharias was responsible to work, was the 8th shift. Josephus, in his 1st century Jewish historian, who was, by the way, of the priestly lineage of the course, Jehoiarib, the first course, supplies further information about the priest course. David, divided them also into courses. And when he had separated the priests from them, He found of these priests 24 courses, 16 of the house of Eleazar and 8 of the Ithamar. And he ordained that one course should be ministered to God during 8 days, from Sabbath to the following Sabbath. And thus we have the course distributed by the lot in the presence of David and Zadok and Abiathar, the high priest, and all. I'm just reading this, okay? So just follow me here. In all of the rulers, and that the course which came up first was written down as the first, and accordingly the second, and so on the 24th. And this partition had remained to this day. Check this out. These courses were strictly followed until the temple was destroyed. So that means during the time that John or the Mashiach were conceived through sex, by the way, they still had these courses, meaning these men had their responsibilities to do because of their lineage. It says, now I don't agree with this here, but I'm going to read it anyways because we don't need this. Matter of fact, I don't even want to read that because it doesn't even matter. John the Baptist was sent to prepare the way for the Messiah. Luke 3:1, Luke 1:13. The gospel accounts make it clear that he was born about half a year before the Messiah was born. From historical detail in Luke's account, especially as well as the accuracy of the 70 weeks prophecy, 70 weeks as determined, it is clear that the Messiah was born sometime in 4 BC. This means counting back the 9 months of gestation and 6-month difference in age, John must have been conceived in the first half of BC. This fact forces us to choose the first shift of the course of Abijah as the time when Gabriel visited Zacharias in the temple. In the year 5 BC, the first of the day of the first month, the month of Nisan, okay? The first month, meaning when? According to the Hebrew calendar, was Sabbath. According to the computer calculation synchronizing the Hebrew calendar and stylized Julian calendar, it was April 8th, projecting forward the assignment course by course and week by week, or course 1, the first week, course 2, the second week, and all courses for the Passover and Feast of Unleavened Bread, the third week, course 3, the fourth week, course 4, the fifth week, course 5, the sixth week, course 6, the seventh. Y'all understand what it goes through, okay? And then the 10th week, which was the week of Pentecost. Zacharias of the course of Abijah worked the 9th week in his assigned course. Okay? The 9th week. And the 10th week in the Pentecost course. And this period ran from Iyar 27 through Zivan 12, Hebrew calendar, or June 3 through June 17, Julian calendar. He probably returned home immediately after his shift were completed, and Elizabeth were most likely conceived in the following week period, June 18th through July 1 and 5. You follow? With this information, we can calculate Elizabeth's 6 months as December, during which Mary also conceived in December, family. Check this out. I'm sorry, no, I got it wrong. With this information, we can calculate Elizabeth's 6 months as 6 months as December, during which Mary also conceived in December. Luke 1:26. It is probable, because of the circumstances shown on Luke 1, that Mary conceived during the last 2 weeks of Elizabeth's 6 months. Thus, John was born in the spring of 4 BC, probably between 18 and 31 of March. By projecting forward another 6 months, the Mashiach's birth must be probably the most probable time for his birth occurred between September 16th and September 29th. Now, for me, when I saw this and I remember what the brother had posted, I said, you know what? This is interesting. This really caught my attention. For one, there's no way that the Messiah could be born in December, because he was born outside, remember? And also, for 2, there was no immaculate conception. The same angel went to visit Zacharias, told him, hey, listen, she's going to conceive. of you. The same angel went and told Mary and then went to talk to Joseph. Same thing. So let me say this real quick. If they knew that, or at least they assumed the Messiah was not born in December, but in September, is that why she was celebrated in September before? Because she was celebrated in September before. I showed you guys. Watch this real quick.
Listen, there's a good chance somebody's trying to hack your website right now.
The Annunciation explained in 4 minutes. On March 25th, 9 months before Christmas, every year the Annunciation to Mary is remembered as a solemnity or special feast day. It is on this day that Jesus became incarnate, flesh, in the womb of the Virgin Mary, after she consented. The Annunciation is also known as the Incarnation and Little Christmas. The feast of the conception of Jesus in Mary's womb is sometimes transferred to another day if it falls during the Easter, Triduum, Good Friday, Holy Saturday or Easter Sunday. The Annunciation is one of the most popular in Christian artwork, with the Priscilla Catacomb in Rome including the oldest known fresco of the Annunciation, dating to the 4th century. The Feast of the Annunciation is observed almost universally throughout Christianity, especially within Orthodoxy, Anglicanism, Catholicism, and Lutheranism. The Catechism, in Article 497, explains that the Gospel accounts understand the virginal conception of Jesus as a divine work that surpasses all human understanding and possibility. That which is conceived in her is of the Holy Spirit, said the angel to Joseph about Mary. The Church sees here the fulfillment of the divine promise of the Messiah, given to the Hebrew people, through the prophet Isaiah. Behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son. The fact of the Annunciation of the Blessed Virgin Mary is related in Luke chapter 1 verses 26 to 38. The evangelist tells us that in the 6th month after the conception of St. John the Baptist by Elizabeth, the angel Gabriel was sent from God to the Virgin Mary, at Nazareth, a small town in the mountains of Galilee. Mary was of the house of David, and was espoused, to be married, to Joseph, of the same royal family. She had, however, not yet entered the household of her spouse, but was still in her mother's house, working, perhaps, over her dowry. And the angel, having taken the figure in the form of man, came into the house and said to her, Hail, full of grace, to whom is given grace, favored one, the Lord is with thee. Mary, having heard the greeting words, did not speak. She was troubled in spirit, since she knew not the angel, nor the cause of his coming, nor the meaning of the salutation. And the angel continued and said, Fear not, Mary, for thou hast found grace with God. Behold, thou shalt conceive in thy womb, and shalt bring forth a son, and thou shalt call his name Jesus.
So the Annunciation, as you can see, is this whole history, in case you guys don't know what this is, right? The Annunciation. The Annunciation. Now, I want to show this to you. I think it's in here. My bad. I am looking for. Here, I think I know what I'm not. Okay, I think I know what I'm talking about. Okay, hold on. Okay, here it goes right here. So my question was one of these things here. If he was born in September, let's see, when was December? September. Watch this. Okay. There was a time where not Immaculate Conception. This date of Guadalupe. Okay, you guys need to know this. The date of Guadalupe used to be in September. Okay, it used to be in September. I showed you the book where they wanted to separate this Virgin Mary from Fatima because Fatima is celebrated in September. Fatima celebrated in September. Fatima in the month of September. You see? Fatima in the month of September. So now, do you guys start understanding some kind of clarity here? Why do they celebrate Fatima in the month of September? Because maybe they assume or understood that that was around the time where he was born, maybe in the historically. But now, all of a sudden, we're celebrating December. Has anybody ever explained why September? Because the children have been growing spiritually? No, you see, you got to understand these things. Like, why months are important to these people, family. If you're not aware, you're going to fall into these traps. Look, and this is why I tell you.
Hi.
The Ouija board is no joke. So if you guys are dealing with those things, and I know now some of you are probably close to or have dealt with La Virgen de la Muerte, you know, check this out. They're going to, I think she was like a devil worshiper. I won't take long on this one. I just want to show you this.
We are talking about Ouija boards and talking boards, as some refer to them. You are an ex-psychic. You spent years in the occult, and now you're a believer. You're a Christian who shares your testimony. Now, I don't want to name this particular product. There is a product being sold. It is being sold as a connective spirit board, again, Ouija board essentially, that will connect Christians allegedly to, the Holy Spirit. And
it's craziness, family. They're selling this so-called Ouija, not a Ouija board, but a connection of a Ouija board that now supposedly it'll help you connect to the Holy Ghost.
Board essentially that will connect Christians allegedly to, the Holy Spirit. And this has been created, it appears, allegedly, to mock, people as sort of a joke, it looks like when you look at the video promoting it. But let's talk about what your initial reaction was to this, because it's made headlines over the past few months.
When it was brought to my attention, I was brokenhearted, of course, and really I felt I immediately needed to sound the alarm on the actual danger of this product, because although it's marketed as a joke and a game, just like the Ouija board is, the regular Ouija board, it's not at all a game or a joke or anything like that. It's demonic, and people need to know the truth about it.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at this particular product, and they're selling it, right? So it's out there. They make this video, this company, they're selling the product, and people are buying it. When you look at the reviews, there are people buying it, and to your point, what you just said, it's so important, because some people are saying, oh, I collect spirit boards, which is disturbing. Or they're saying things like, oh, this is just so funny and comical, or they're cracking jokes about it. The Ouija board itself has a very deep, dark history. Can you explain to people, because there may be people out there who don't understand or don't know a lot about it. As Christians, we are told to stay away from these things. What is a spirit board? What is the Ouija board, and how do people use it?
Sure. So a Ouija board or a spirit board is a tool of divination, which is a way to access information supernaturally outside of God's will, outside of God's boundaries. He's super clear in his word, never to, if you will, play with or tinker with or get involved with anything that is divination. So those boards in particular are automatic lighting. So what's happening is when you're putting your hand over the planchette or what have you, you're actually invoking demons. That's what you're doing, because you are looking for something. You may think you're kidding around or it's a joke. You're asking questions. You're looking for information. And because it's demonic, the demons will show up and start energy. Demonic energy entities will be there and start moving things around and providing some information. That's what.
So that's what we're up against now. Yeah, exactly. Exactly why I'm showing y'all this. Family, if you are not... Here, let me see if this one... If you are not aware of these particular things, man, you're falling into this idolatry, and you're giving your children over to this. Why do you think? Look, okay, let's be frank here. It's easy to assume that Meshiach died for your sins, because that way then you can say he did the laws are done away with, which is why people say, oh, he sprinkled me with his blood. No, he didn't do that. Let me show you something. Somebody posted something that I like a lot. Matter of fact, I don't want to get off topic, but I think I want to show it because this, and it's in Spanish. I think it's a good example. I'm not saying he's right to the T, but there's certain things that is true. Remember, take what has been given. It says here, okay, because he makes some good points. I'm not going to call him Jesus, okay. Analizamos el tema de el Mesías y no murió por tus pecados. Ese pensamiento es muy cómodo y no muy inteligente, pues te libera de toda la responsabilidad de todos los errores que cometes, y eso, querido hermano, es un absurdo. For example, the laws are done away with. I'm saved by the blood of Jesus. Well, Jesus came and died for me and got rid of the laws. So, again, I'm not really responsible. Because Paul said, I got this sinful spirit, sinful flesh, and, it's just the way it is. So God understands, and he knows how difficult it is. Which is why he sent his son, because he loves us very much. No, it's not true. A él lo mataron por libre, por pecador, o por predicar con el amor, por dar uso del poder de su mente, por decir lo que pensaba, porque manifestaba las cosas, porque curaba, porque insistía en respetar a la mujer, I don't know about all that, en cuidar la naturaleza y por ser un revolucionario. Afirmaba que la casa de Dios está en todas partes, que el amor y el respeto al prójimo como ti mismo es lo principal, which is, yes, love the Father and love your brethren, right? Un hombre consciente muy adelante de su tiempo, very true. Pensaron que todo se acabaría con su muerte, pero no imaginaron el alcance de su mensaje. Y fue así como al día de hoy nos manipulan, culpándonos de su muerte y diciendo que fue un sacrificio por nosotros, utilizando su imagen destrozada para crear miedo, culpa, dolor y sufrimiento y confusión. Then he says, interesting, man, hold on. Then he says, is this it? Here goes there. A Jesús lo mataron porque le tenían miedo, como a toda la gente grande, maestros y defensores de la tierra que han muerto. Porque la oscuridad le teme a la verdad y el amor. Cuando él vino fue un revolucionario que pensaba diferente al resto. No obedecía al sistema, desafió el sistema de la época y las leyes mosaicas. Expuso que la iglesia era una garida de ladrones, que los dirigentes políticos y eclesiásticos, sacerdotes, escribas y fariseos en aquella época eran insensatos y guías ciegos. Enseñó que el poder de la fe era interior. I've been saying that. Que el reino de Dios está dentro y que todo lo que Él hace, nosotros lo podíamos hacer también. Very, very true. Very, very true. La misma élite esclavizante lo crucificó, lo convirtió en un dios y cabeza de una iglesia 300 años después por los mismos intereses de demonio y manipulación. Tergiversaron su mensaje a conveniencia del poder político y religioso. We just read Nimrod. Nimrod is a political and religious system. Y religioso de siempre y hasta nuestros días. Él sabía que eso pasaría, por eso enseñó, busca la verdad y la verdad os hará libres, mas no siervos. Which is true, family. But by you saying the Immaculate Conception, he was born from an angel, and he came to do the way with the laws, you will never understand the true message. Never. You're always going to fall into idolatry. You're always going to believe this system that was meant to destroy you. Because there's nothing good in this system. Let me see how much time we got, because we're almost done. There's nothing good in this system. Yeah, we got a few minutes. I'm going to show this to you that this brother said, okay? Hold on. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me see if I can get this note here real quick. Give me a second, family. Let me open this up real quick. Hold on, okay? Hold on, is this here? I reserved this video for a reason, and let's just see if I could put it for y'all. He said something really important. Hold on a second here. Let me see if I can go back.
Como el primer planeta. No se puede, no se ve. Arquitectónicamente, los abogados no estudian el derecho consuetudinario, los médicos no estudian. Arquitectónicamente solo pueden, un va a quedar claro. Llamaron cielos. Está la tierra grande y los que lo han visto. ¿Alguien identifica? Ahora algunos de ustedes. Sí, para los mexicanos. El verbo brillar en estos 4 primeros niveles papales de 1400, el primer ayuntamiento poderoso en México.
Thought I had it saved.
Que dicen que nomás hacían guerra, matemática, con código binario, posicionajes, manejaban.
I can't find it. It's cool. It's cool. I'll move on. No big deal. There was a video that I wanted to show you. He says that there's 2 things that these priests, when these priests came, the Spaniard priests, right? You guys can look it up. When these Spanish priests came, yeah, I'll show you this link here. Look up this video. And he says that when the Spanish priests came, that they had this reverence of our priests, because they said that they were more godly than them. For our priests, all they did was focus on the love of the Most High and love for our brethren. Which is why I want you to see this video here. Take your time because it's long, but he says it. And at the same time, you got this raza in here like, los españoles no eran salvajes. So he says that before, I think, let me see. I got to show you.
Épocas en el año. Y no traía un planeta bien brillante que a lo mejor han visto.
Hold on.
Va a desaparecer y en otra época lo van a ver como el primer lucero de la mañana.
Check this out.
¿Alguien identifica de qué planeta hablo? ¿Estudian su tierra? Resulta que los arquitectos no estudian la arquitectura mexicana y no sabían dividir, porque usaban guerra, mataban gente, les abrían el pecho, les sacaban el corazón y se lo comían. Hay una película estúpida que estuvo en boga, se llamó Apocalipto, que es peor la historia. Y luego los mexicanos no nos preocupamos por leer mucho nuestra historia.
Exacto.
Basamos el conocimiento en programas tontitos de la televisión.
Que sacan dinero.
Digo, no es pesada para nadie, pero esas moconovelas son...
Cara novelas.
Es todo lo contrario, debo advertir. Un adelanto social y científico. Las culturas mexicanas en su tiempo rebasaron a todos sus contemporáneos. Y les voy a dar un ejemplo. Cuando los españoles llegaron por primera vez a México, no sabían multiplicar y no sabían dividir, porque usaban la numeración romana, suma y resta, pero sin división ni multiplicación. Aquí descubrieron una fórmula increíble, matemática, se conoce como 23º trecenal. ¿La han escuchado?
Sí.
Para que me entiendan. Es el código binario que se usa en las computadoras. Es una fórmula mexicana, el valor posicional del cero, para hacer cifras aritméticas infinitesimales. Bueno, esos salvajes manejaban esta fórmula de memoria.
No eran salvajes.
¿Vieron? No eran salvajes. Otro pinchinho. No eran salvajes.
Vencer el guerrero.
Cállate, cállense.
de sí mismo. Quien vencía su interno entraba en la enseñanza.
Listen to what he says here, okay? Listen to what he says.
Un fraile dominico de nombre Diego Durán escribió que para ingresar a la élite militar de los guerreros del sol, los de ánimo invencible deberían tener una virtud. ¿Cuál? Vencer el enemigo más poderoso. Y vencer el enemigo más poderoso en mexicano se dice Nekov Yaor. Y eso significa vencer el guerrero de sí mismo. Quien vencía su interno entraba en la enseñanza de los guerreros del sol. Por eso Fray Bernardino de Sagún, que fue un fraile franciscano, escribió que para ser gobernante, juez o guerrero, el personaje debería ser sabio, prudente, amoroso, animoso, osado, valiente y humilde. Y el jesuita José de Acosta escribió, estos guerreros mexicanos tenían más calidad de santos que nosotros como frailes, porque su actividad se consagraba a Dios y al prójimo.
Right there. That's what it was right there. So these friars, look, listen to this, okay? Watch this. And this is a commandment, okay? This is, first of all, this is a commandment right here. Commandment right here. Hold on. Okay, watch this. Let me show you this. It's in, where is it? Right here. I'm going to show you. Hold on. Let's see. See if I can find it. Here goes right here. Galatians 5:14 says, for all the law is fulfilled in one word, even this one. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Okay? And what else did he say? What else did he ask of us? Matthew 12:30, it says, thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind, and with all thy strength. And this is the first commandment. And the second is like, namely this, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. And there is none other commandment greater than thee. So why am I reading this? Because look, even us, we had this spiritually in us since the beginning time, fam. Get away from these paganist ways. These are not for us. They're only here to destroy you. Listen to this again.
Y van a ver por qué. Obviamente, como ahora un fraile dominico de nombre Diego Durán escribió que para ingresar a la élite militar de los guerreros del sol, los de ánimo invencible deberían tener una virtud. ¿Cuál? Vencer el enemigo más poderoso. Y vencer el enemigo más poderoso en mexicano se dice Nekov Yaor. Y eso significa vencer el guerrero de sí mismo. Quien vencía su interno entraba en la enseñanza de los guerreros del sol. Por eso Fray Bernardino de Sagún, que fue un fraile franciscano, escribió que para ser gobernante, juez o guerrero, el personaje debería ser sabio, prudente, amoroso, animoso, osado, valiente y humilde. Y el jesuita José de Acosta escribió, estos guerreros mexicanos tenían más calidad de santos que nosotros como frailes, porque su actividad se consagraba a Dios y al prójimo.
Porque su actividad se consagraba a Dios y al prójimo. That's all I could tell you, fam. And then this is why we do what we do, and we do our best. It's in their DNA. That's why those Edomites love eating half-cooked meat. Yeah, no joke, bro. No joke, bro. Shalom, sis. So anyways, family, this is what I got right now. Okay, so I'm gonna continue with this class tomorrow because, like I said, there's so much to chew on, man. I still have like a lot more to show. I'm not done. I do want to end it with this. Okay. All right, family. Hold on a second here, real quick. Let me fix this a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh shoot, the background. That's right. No, I changed it because if I like this run in the background, it kind of hiccups. So anyhow, we're gonna go to round two real quick. And by the way, as you guys know, you that have been watching this channel for quite some time, you know what I'm doing this whole week. But for you ignoramuses like this idiot over here, And I'm not going to be nice to these people because, look, listen, here are the facts. First of all, I don't get concerned about other people's bullshit. Okay, if you think you are, and you know what I mean, I have something to do with it. Fine, I'll talk to you, whatever. But if you don't know the Bible, okay, and you're going by some fat ass chick who's supposedly is learning, which I know is Fopi, her dirty Neftali is what I call her, fake hair, by the way. If you're learning stuff from them, but you got to know that she's learning this shit from Mormonism. And you guys getting your doctrine from white folks, which is totally embarrassing to me because those are the same people you guys hate. And it's funny how you give the white man so much power, like he creates nations. Like, oh, you guys are okay. Show me in the Bible where that comes from. Where actually he's got more power than the Most High. And then to make matters worse, family, you know, this dude is a total homo. Like straight up, total homo. Total, 100%. Okay? So I don't know why they claim to say they believe in the Bible, or they're adamant about putting so-called Hispanics as Canaanites. Like, now this is the same idiot who claims that he is an original of this land, okay? And that he's a Hebrew, even though he's gay as hell, which I don't care. That's your life. I don't care. But the nerve of you to be concerned about other people, I guess, if they weren't, you know, true to the book, yet you are in a total homo status. You know what I'm saying? Romans 1:25, who changed the truth of God into a lie and worship and serve the creature more than the creator? This is why they want to see black folks. Like they want a black God. This is straight Nimrod fucking idolatry, man. Who is blessed forever, amen. For this cause God gave them up to vile affection. For even their women did change the natural use into which is against their nature. And they learned this from the traditions of Nimrod. That's why they had those particular initiates. Those same-sex initiations, bestiality. This is all part of every single beast that we've dealt with. Every single beast has recreated this religion. And likewise also the men, like this guy here, who is a total, and again, that's your lifestyle because you're a Canaanite. But here you are pointing a finger at people and you are lusting over men. You speak effeminate, you move effeminate. Shit, no wonder you're like, oh, black men are the greatest, strongest. I'm like, bro, that sounds kind of awkward. So after the class where this guy had first showed up, and I clicked on his little, you know, picture, and I said, who is this dude? I looked at his videos, and lo and behold, there's an effeminate spirit in this dude. I don't care if you sing or not. I like to sing. So that doesn't make you effeminate. But the fact is that you are living that lifestyle and you're too concerned with other people, claiming them as they're some type of wicked ass individuals. Yet a lot of people aren't practicing what you guys like to practice, which we call mayates. In case you guys don't know, it has nothing to do with being black. Likewise, also men leaving the natural use of the woman burned in their lust one towards another. Men with men working that which is unseemly and receiving in themselves that recompense of the errors, which is meat. So, you know, you want to come show face over here as if you are some type of knowledgeable individual, like you I don't know, like, you know what I mean? Like, who are you people, man? Like, where do you guys come from? What hole did you come out of? You know what I mean? It's just like, yo, it's funny to me that they have the nerve to come and question, right? And then they live in that sultry lifestyle. The one that, you know, damn well it says here, right? Likewise, also men, leaving the natural use of women, burn in their lust one towards another. Man with man, working that which is unseemly and receiving in themselves the recompense of the error which was meat. So if any of these brothers or sisters that were listening to this channel, and maybe they may not be Hebrews, guess what? If they repent, they may actually have a better space than your stupid ass. So before I go and concern myself with other nations, I better make sure that I know what I'm doing. And this whole little witchcraft of yours about being supposedly scared of your God, the Bible actually clearly states what you're doing. And this is why this class is leading up to Friday, because I'm going to show you. It all comes back to Cain, the spirit of Cain, through the people of Cain. It's kind of awkward that, it's similar in pronunciation. So we got a good class coming up on Friday, family. It's going to be super, super freaking heavy. I'm going to bring up some sources, some strong sources, and we're going to touch on something called the secret teachings of all ages. We're going to identify this tree. And where did it come from? Did it have anything to do with Nimrod or Ham or Cush or Canaan? And then, you know what I mean? I really cannot grasp my mind around the fact that they think that you so-called Hispanics are the Canaanites because they see pyramids. So let me remind you, this is why I don't even know what listen, you guys are listening so much to Nate the Snake and dumbass Fopi, the white guy with thin lips and a tan who thinks he's black. Yeah, the leader guy, right? That guy. Let me show you something real quick. Let me see something. So once again, I'm not here to show up to other people's channels, and if they don't want to talk, or if they say hit the link, chop it up, and I don't hit the link, then what am I? What am I doing? Y'all claim to be men. What are you doing? Why do you show up to people's channels, don't hit the link, talk shit, they expose you for being effeminate, and you're like, yeah, you're ugly, you're an ugly guy, I saw your face. Why are you checking me out, yo? I don't think it's her, because I saw the channel. I think it's just dumbasses that like to follow their channels, bro. And I hope that they can do something about what I'm gonna show, in the next coming days. Because quite frankly, they're not gonna run away from this, man. They can't run away from this. You just can't. Let me see. I'll show you something. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me see if I can find it. Where are you? I know. I can't believe I haven't been in this verse in quite some time. Let me see. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me see. Hey, estudiante. Brother, if you're still here, do you know the scripture with taking to Maccabees once? Oh, I got it. Maccabees 3. Okay, so in Maccabees 3, no. What is it? Maccabees 17, where they build mounds. You guys remember that one? They build mounds. I think it's in Maccabees, man. I can't remember. Anyways, I'll keep going. Let me try to find it. All right, so we're going to go to round 2. If you can, all praises, please, brother, please, that would help. Let me get to this section real quick. Hold on. Let me do my little, again, this is leading to this class, okay? Okay, tomorrow you're going to see part 4, round 4. This class is on Friday. Tomorrow's the last class that is going to help us then jump onto Friday, because that's really the main point. For you brothers that have been watching this channel, you guys know what I'm talking about. But you that are new, I wanted to show this week for you guys to catch up, because I've seen a lot of people subscribing. So just to let y'all know what you'll see on Friday, so it doesn't become a surprise. Okay? That being said, let me, where are you? Let's see, let me close this. Okay. Nah, I'll show that another day. I don't care about that right now. All right, so let's begin round 2. Okay, round 2, and I'm gonna look for that scripture that says the pyramids. All right, let's go. You guys enjoy the class. I'll be here as well. Mac 1236. Let me see. I don't think so, bro. I don't think so. Oh man, fuck. Excuse me. I can't remember. Separate my own either. Nah, they built. Hold on. I know where I got it. Oh shoot. Got it in my big book. Let me see. To see neglecting to come up with circumstances. Let me see. It's a milk. I know that for a fact. So Gentile that stuff. Maybe Maccabees 1. Oh, there it goes. You almost had it, bro. Maccabees 1, 13, 28. Check this out. This is why this guy's an idiot. This guy's an idiot. So you guys are dumb. First Maccabees, okay? First Maccabees. Hold on a second. First Maccabees, okay? 13:28. Moreover, he set up 7 pyramids, one against another, for his father and his mother and his brethren. Who was that? Simon also built a monument upon the sepulchre of his father and his brethren, and raised it aloft to the sides, with huge stones behind and before. Sorry, didn't mean to do that one, but I'll take it. So what are you guys talking about? Neftali, Fopi, you bring dumbasses to this channel, assuming that, these guys are Canaanites because they're building pyramids. Well. What the hell is this right here? You mean to tell me the Israelites never built pyramids? You mean to tell me that the Israelites weren't enslaved in Egypt? They didn't learn how to? And when Simon heard that Tryphon had gathered together a great host to invade the land of Judea and to destroy it. By the way, a great host means you are a host of a spirit. Your body is the host of a spirit. That's why in Genesis 2, it says he built everything and the host, right? That means the people. Before Adam, by the way, just side point, because we'll touch on that on Friday. And saw the people was great trembling and fear. Let me skip. What does he say? 13 and what? Moreover, he, a brethren of ours, built 7. Moreover, he set up 7 pyramids, one against another, for his father and his mother and his 4 brethren. So you're going to tell me that that's how Naphtali got the concept of, the Mexicans got to be Canaanites because there's a pyramid here, there's a pyramid in Babylon, there's a pyramid in Egypt, and there's pyramids in Asia and pyramids in India. Well. Which is why I showed y'all the migration that we took, not around Africa like BHI dumbasses like to tell you, even though they can't prove it, being around the waters and shit. No, we went the other route. So everywhere you see pyramids, not in Africa, it's because we migrated that way. So in case you don't understand that shit and you want to relate supposedly Canaanites to us, well, let's go back into the folklore and actual history in the Bible. So you're going to tell me that we matched the book almost in its completeness when you look at everything outside of the curses, and that's Canaan? Are you telling me Mexicans are 7, 8, 9 feet tall? Oh, that's right. You're going to go back to some books that some people wrote that imagined it even though they really didn't see it. And the only one that I did read that said we saw giants, it looked like that from a distance. Bro, you guys got culo miados all over your brain. They have you so flabbergasted, bro. You guys are so lost in the sauce, bro. It's sad. It's a sad day, family.
The persuasion, right? So in case you guys are not familiar, and I've always told you guys can go ahead and find me on Facebook. I don't mind. But so you can just, in case there's got any wobbles here, and they're calling me a European. So here's my DNA sample. Recently 64% so-called Mexican. However, from the Americas, 91%. You go deeper into certain related origins that my bloodline may be from, because they go further into my DNA. So now, long term, from now until 2,000 years back, okay, or almost 1,800 years, generation to generation, it says my majority of bloodline shows 92% from the Americas here, However, it changes 77% Peruvian, 14% so-called Mexican. All right, and yada yada the rest. Now, when you look at the so-called DNA, now it says that my DNA originates from this land here. Okay, my forefathers, this DNA shows that I'm from this region here. So for you guys that are saying I'm anti-Semitic, you can't do that. You can't say that because I'm from that region of Shem. So can't go around trying to block this channel or ding me for stuff or take views away because you don't like my truth because you're going against me. So when you're talking about this channel, guess what? You're being anti-Semitic now. So you better watch what you're saying. Now, let me go further. You see different DNA samples, right? We see that. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Now, I fall under this RB1 haplogroup that happens to be from the Shemitic family, which speaks Hebrew as well as some regions for Canadian language, Akkadian language, Phoenician, and Canaanite, meaning from that region, Afro-Asiatic. Let's go further. I'm going quick. Arabic, so-called Hebrew, Afro-Asiatic. Once again, all right? Go continue again. So as you can see, if you guys want to say about me or saying that I'm anti-Semitic or that I'm a European and that I'm not a so-called person from this continent, you guys can all blow me. With all due respect. All right? So, enough of that. Just want to make sure my disclaimer. I want to read something to you from this book. This book I have here called Perils of America. Okay, this is the book that I mentioned to you guys who actually admits themselves to be who they are. Okay, so now in this book here, Perils of America, Perils of the Republic. What am I doing? By Percy T. Megan. All right. Yeah, right. You 6'6" Canaanite. That's what I'm talking about, bro. I know, man. I'm so freaking tall. You know what I'm saying? So freaking tall, dude. Anyhow, it says The Perils of the Republic by Percy T. Megan. And there we see the eagle. Okay, so, let me get that before I kind of keep reading. Romans 3 and 3. For what if some did not believe? Man, really? You know what I'm saying? When somebody tries to tell you, family, for example, that you're not a people of the Most High, what are you doing with our book? For what if some did not believe? Go back to Christianity. You're a Spaniard. For what if some did not believe? Look at you. You look white. Shall their unbelief make the faith of Yahoo without effect? God forbid. Yea, let God be true, but every man a liar. As it is written, thou might be justified. Let me get that. Let me see. Let me justified. Hold on. Let me get it. I don't know if they finished. I don't think it did. Romans 3. It says, for what if some did not believe? Shall their unbelief make the faith of God without effect? God forbid. Yea, let God be true, but every man a liar, as it is written, that thou mightest be justified in thy sayings and mightest overcome when thou art judged. So, see, meaning do not fall because they don't believe you. Let them be justified on their own behalf, not on yours. You don't justify them, bro. No, you're probably right. Yeah, you're right. You guys suffered like more than we did. Shut up, man. Stop it. Wake up. Stop apologizing. I don't know why you guys apologize so much. Our Hampton needs to stop apologizing, man. They need to be apologizing to you guys. I'm not sure why you think they shouldn't. Okay? A nation of people, technically, who had an advantage over you, okay, should not have, or even in any doubt, be afraid of what their persecution shall be. You see, hey, man, everybody knows that for every loser, there's a winner, and for every winner, there's a loser. Well, quite frankly, yeah, there you go, bro. Well, I'm not that short. You know what I mean? I'm not that short. Come on, man. Damn, you swear, bro. I'm not that short. My oldest brother is 6'1", dude. But I'm not the tallest. about 5'9", almost 5'9", man. Like, I'm not gonna argue over a few centimeters and shit. Anyways, so on this page here, they make a very bold statement about themselves. This is page 154, okay? And it reads, hold on, let me make it more where you can see it. Okay, now that's too much. All right, here we go. Right there. Okay, here we go. We are not to doubt, but that providence had decrees. I'm sorry. We are not to doubt, but that providence had decreed to the Romans the sovereignty of the world, and the scriptures had prophesied their future grandeur, but they were strangers to those divine oracles. And besides, the bare prediction of their conquest was no justification of their conduct. Okay? So it's meaning, basically, in a nutshell, that the Romans had no clue that they were in the scriptures, that their fall was, prophesied. Okay? Then it says, but they were, I'm sorry, although it be difficult to affirm and still more difficult to prove that this people had from their first rise formed a plan in order to conquer and subject all nations, it cannot be denied but that if we examine their whole conductive attentively, or the whole conduct of attentively, it will appear that they acted as if they had a foreknowledge of this, and that a kind of instinct determined them to conform to it in all things. Now, what it's saying is this nation became what they become, or this nation became what they were because they had this innate like feeling of themselves that it had to be manifested, which is no different than what we see today. You see, this nation of people they know inside their spirit, family. I know they know. You think 1492 is something to forget about? You bring up 1776 all the freaking time. You're telling me don't look back at your history, but you look back at your history every single freaking time. You have a statue, Lady Liberty, almost 100 years now, right? 100 and somethings. But I guess that is very inconvenient for you, right? Let me get that over here on this end. Psalms 37, 12 and 12. What is it? Psalm 37, 12. Where you at? Psalms 37. Hold on a second. Psalms 37, verse 12. It says, the wicked plotteth against the just and gasheth upon him with his teeth. You see? Just in any way, shape, or form to make sure that they get ahead of you and put you in any position whatsoever, because they know that the end is near. The Lord laughed at him, for he seeth that his day is coming. You don't think it's kind of like, it's like that fidgety nervousness of themselves. Hurry up, man. You know what I'm saying? Listen, when you hear somebody explaining themselves to you in this shape and form of way, it has to say something. Although it be difficult to affirm and still be more difficult to prove that these people had from their first rise formed a plan in order to conquer and subject all nations, it cannot be denied but that if we examine their whole conduct attentively, it will appear that they acted as if they had foreknowledge of this. What does that sound like?
Bruh.
What's that sound like? Sounds like these people here. 1492. Then now they're a great nation, an empire that rules the world. And you're going to find out that this is not what they kind of planned. This is not what they planned. Watch this real quick. Let's go to page 81 real quick. It's an interesting book here, family. Very interesting book. There it goes, right here. Okay, you went too far, Holmes. All right, so it says here, page 81, okay? Here it goes. Bruh, right? Today, this is page 81. It says, today this nation is in danger of abandoning the rock and settling upon this. Okay, so hold on. Let me read it again. Let me read it. Here it goes. Today, this nation is in danger of abandoning the rock and settling upon the sand. You see my point? The love of power, oof, so prone to human breast, is smothering priceless eternal principle. That's nasty right there. Lust of power is what you stand behind. From being a government of the people, which I guess you guys once were, even after stealing land by the people, so-called for the people, it is being rapidly transformed. No, it's already done. So you conspiracy theorists, you guys are stupid. It's too late. Vatos, locos. You guys are too late. It's too late. They already got you in trap. You're done. You're done. It's too late. Okay? This whole conspiracy theory shit, it's too late. You're the frog that is boiling and you don't even know it. That's how dumb you guys are. But yet you want to blame other people for the people, by the people who created you, your mindset, your assumption of things. Because all of this stuff that you guys are arguing about, this is all orchestrated by the very same people that turn it around on you. From being a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, it is being rapidly transformed into a government of some of the people. What did I just say? By few of the people. What did I just say? For all the rest of you fools. It's what is called, this is imperialism as opposed to republicanism, and this is national apostasy. And isn't this what you guys keep saying? Nuke Hamas, nuke Venezuela, nuke Mexico, nuke fentanyl, and the nuke towns in Mexico, just blow them up. Oh, and if any illegal aliens cross the border and they're passing by your ranch, just fucking shoot them. Why not? Just you know what I mean? And then call Donald Trump. Yeah, just call Donald Trump. Don't worry. He'll just pay for your damages. I mean, apparently that's what he's assuming and saying. Or no, DeSantis said, hey, you got the right to shoot them. So go ahead, because it's all based on the love of power. So at the end of the day, when you sit here and say that you are a Christian, but you know what, man? You're all fairy tale Christians, bro. From being a government of the people, by the people, for the people, you're no longer that anymore, man. Until summer of 1898, the world imperialism was but little heard from the lips of Americans. You see this?
Bruh.
Hold on a second.
Bruh.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Apparently, you white people and you black people forgot that this was not what it is today. All of a sudden now you want to tell us we get the fuck out of here, excuse my language, because we're beaners, wetback, and spics, that we're not legal in our own continent where our bloodline has never... Do you want me to show you my DNA again? I have not left this continent at all. At all. Neither has my children. Neither will they leave this continent. My father and my father and my forefathers have been here. Prior to the migration, we have been here. Where have you been? No, but again, you guys forgot. You have believed this whole soup of imperialism, and now you want to point the finger at the gente that actually got you to where you're at now. Don't forget, prior to 1763, Mr. Black Man of Florida, you were kissing ass and we were the ones helping you out. Yet you first helped them. That's why there's reasons why you don't see a lot of people in certain countries, because we know about you. And I'm going to show this too. Today, I'm going to show you too. Now, their atmosphere is fairly drenched with it. You see? America first. Fuck the rest of the world. Forget them. Forget them beaners and butts and spics. Who cares about those Mexicans? Yet, for ages, you guys have been buying products from Walmart, Target, $1 stores, you know, constantly at a cheap price. Where do you think that came from? And what do you think had to be done for it to be cheap for you? Someone had to starve for that to happen. It's called capitalism. It's called spiritual capitalism of Babylon. Now, a perfect wave of imperialism has swept over the land, and the desire of an imperial America or an imperial republic, as it has been styled, sits supreme upon hundreds of scores of souls. Exactly. That's why you think you have the right to say what you want to say. Oh, I'm gonna do the biggest deportation since Eisenhower. You mean Operation Wetback? You mean deporting 2 million or 3, or actually, no, there's supposedly 12 million so-called illegals. Do you not know that you're going to probably add another 5 to that? So what happened to the children that you separated at the border? Almost 100,000 of them. Have you gotten those children back? Are you guys forgetting? I mean, did we just fucking go through that not too long ago? Deuteronomy 32:8. When the Most High divided the nations, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the nations according to the number of angels of God. Hold on. Let me go to that one, man, because there's more to it. Hold on. Hold on a second. Verse 7. Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. Ask thy fathers, and he will show thee, thy elders, and they will tell thee. Okay? So now, let me go up again. All right? Verse 5. They have corrupted themselves. Their spot is not the spot of his children. They are a perverse and crooked generation, which is why we're being told to remember our ways. Now, it says, verse 8, when the Most High divided the nations, their inheritance, and he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel. For the Lord's portion is his people. Jacob is the lot of his inheritance. So, why, or let me ask you this. I'll give you an example. Do you think that this imperialist country, that their mentality of abuse benefited anybody outside of America? I mean, Donald Trump imposes sanctions on Venezuela 5 years ago. I guess when he ran, 5 years, the first year he came in. So I don't know how long ago. What, 5, 6, 7 years? 7 years ago now, right? Now we're seeing a constant migration of Venezolanos because of sanctioning done years ago. And then you guys wonder, well, no. Then you sit here and say, oh, these damn illegal immigrants. Back to your country. The country that you're absorbed its resources from. What means this wild bagel of tongues clamoring for subjects over which to exercise sway? What means this strange jargon formed from an old world monarchy vocabulary? Are men crazed with madness, sometimes begotten by the victory of arms? See this? Let me skip this real quick. Let's go to page 138. Hold on. Go here real quick. Check out Ezekiel 20:22. Let me see. Donald Trump opens his big mouth. Yeah, give me a second. Hold on. Ezekiel 22:28. Let me get that in a second. All right, bro. Let me put this out the way real quick. Hold on a second. You look for this page real quick. All right, it's over here. They basically are telling on themselves right here, fam. So just bear with me. Oh, man, hurry up. I went too far. All right, we're going to start at page 138. Okay, 138. Here it goes. I'll start here. From being a republic, Rome was converted into a military empire. The cause of this conversion is of remarkable interest to all the people of the United States. Now, you find it interestingly, and don't you find it funny, though, that they relate to each other? I'm not saying it. They are. This cause is well understood by all students of history and has been stated in a few masterly sentences by James Anthony Froude. He reads, in virtue of their temporal freedom, the Romans became the most powerful nation in the known world, and their liberties perished only when Rome became the mistress of conquered races, to whom she was unable to or unwilling to extend her privileges. If there is one lesson which history clearly teaches, is this: that free nations cannot govern subject providence. If they are unable to or unwilling to admit their dependence to share their own constitution, the constitution itself will fall in pieces from mere incompetence for its duties. Now, watch this. Rome became imperial because she was unable or unwilling to extend the privileges of her constitution to the nations which she conquered. This was the cause of her imperialism, meaning capitalism. The result to the Roman people themselves was that their own liberties perished in refusing the privileges of her constitution to the people whom she had conquered. Rome denied a fundamental law of her own governmental being, and nothing else could logically follow but ruins of her government, of her constitution, that is, the ruin of the Republic of Rome. Today, let me repeat that again. Today, the Republic of the U.S. is coursing over the same track to the same goal. But when the tape at the end of the track it's reached, the deadline of Republican life will have been passed. Now, this is a very scary thought, and it should scare the living out of all of you guys. Whether you are if you're counting on this nation, the nation is riding for a fall, just as certainly as did ancient Rome. Damn. Whew. Let me see that Ezekiel one. Give me a second here, real quick, bro. Let me see what you got. 22. Ezekiel 22. What you got? 28. Let's see. And it says, Ezekiel 22:28. And her prophets have dubbed them with untempered mortar, seeing vanity, and dividing lies unto them, saying, Thus say the Lord God, when the Lord had not spoken. You see, they cover it up with fake shit, basically. The people of the land have used oppression and exercised robbery, and have vexed the poor and needy. Yea, they have oppressed and the stranger wrongfully, which is a prime example of why these guys are admitting to themselves. We're in the course of falling. I mean, and that's why he's saying, if you who believe in the scriptures, you say you're Christians, oh, I love America, I'm Christian, then do you not know how history repeats itself and how the way that you treat a nation or a people? Like, for example, the scripture that you guys don't ever read in your churches for some reason, and it's right in your face. Revelation 13:9, it says, if any man have an ear, let him hear. He that leadeth into captivity, 1492. He that leadeth into captivity, who financed 1492. He that leadeth into captivity, who helped the Spaniards in 1492. He that leadeth into captivity, who now owns territory and that is not part of this continent, that is still benefiting from the abuse, rape, pillage, and smallpox you guys brought to this continent. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints. So clearly you don't read your Bible, because obviously your own famous writers understand your ignorance. That free nation cannot govern subject providence. It is now being ignored and scoffed at, as if it were the veriest fairy tale, totally unworthy of contemplation by the reflective and intelligent minds. It is now being seriously urged that this nation is not unwilling, but only unable to extend her privileges to the conquered races. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. It's very clear. So that's why I urge you, brothers and sisters, prepare thyself.
I don't know if you guys can hear me. If you guys can hear me here real quick, let me pause this a moment. I'm gonna switch something real quick. I don't want to miss that page to show you. Let me show you this real quick. All right, so we have The perils of the republic. Okay. Hold on a second. There it goes. Right there. All right. Now, this is the book that I am going over. Let's go to page 62. Let's see. Page 62. Very significant. It says, let me see if I can find it on my phone. I just had it right now. Page 81, sorry. Page 81. Okay. On page 81, it says, second paragraph. Today, this nation is in danger. Okay, hold on. Let me see something. Hold on. That's what it was. Okay. All right. So here it goes right here, Brownie. Okay, let's read it. Today, this nation is in danger of abandoning the rock and settling upon the sand. Remember, today this nation is in danger of abandoning the rock and settling upon the sand. Now you can say, for you that are into like Bill Cooper concepts and stuff like that, conspiracy theories, or, you know, do you watch economics? You could say that that has something to do with the goal to the credit worthiness of America, how they run their power, which is all an economic system. The love of power, once again, so prone to the human breast, because again, look, we see an example of people show up to this channel and the love of power. We, the Jews, you got to look like me, yo. We never say that here. Nor have I ever based it on a graven image. I ever cared whether God has to look like one of us. No, never was. All about not continuing that lifestyle I had. You know, y'all know what it is. We all have our own thorns. The love of power so prone to the human breast, so it says. It's funny because the human breast is, you know, means you have it here. You carry it here with you, this sense of pride. It's smothering priceless eternal principle from being a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, for it being rapidly transformed into a government of some of the people, but a few of the people for all the people. So the little rule a lot. This imperialism is opposed to the republicanism, and this is the national apostasy. Until the summer of 1898, the world imperialism, quote unquote, was but little heard from the lips of Americans. Now the very atmosphere is fairly drenched with it. A perfect wave of imperialism was swept over this land, and the desire of an imperial America, right, or an imperial republic, as it has been styled, sits supreme upon the hundreds of scores of souls by power. But an imperial republic cannot exist with equal sense and prosperity. One might talk about good badness, so to speak, right? So we talk about a particular, let me continue reading, just so you can see to the point up to here. Okay, so what this means with this babble of tongues, well, I'm sorry, what means this wild babble of tongues clamoring for subjects over which to exercise sway? What means this strange jargon formed from an old world monarchical vocabulary? Are men crazed with the madness of sometimes begotten by the victory of arms? Are men drunken with the lust of colonial empire? Are men raving at the delirium of the dread of fever? Earth hunger in which all the monarchies of the world are written or withering? Think they in the hour of triumph over a foe, outclassed at every point, to build the tower of national greatness, which will reach to the very heavens, and at the same time to lay its unrighteousness foundation on the stricken forms of a vassal people? Here it goes. The result will surely be as it was before in the case of the builders of Babel. There will be confusion of tongues and the desolation of nations, which is why you got people like this guy over here. Where's he at? Let's see. He says that white people, or so-called Mexicans, come from white folks. You get what I mean, right? So consider that fact. Now, check this out. Check this out real quick. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Okay, here it goes. This was a link that was shared with you a couple hours ago. Let's listen to this real quick. Remember, we're talking about the system. Where does this economic system come from? Some people say the white man. Typical BA child will say the white man. Dummy fopies will say the white man. But they can't say anything but that. Anyways, let's continue here. If we got Christmas from the Roman Catholics, and they got it from paganism, where did the pagans get it? Where, when, and what is its real origin, it says. It is a chief custom of the corrupt system denounced all through the Bible. Prophecy and teachings under the name of Babylon. We talked about Babel. And it started and originated in the original Babylon of an ancient Nimrod. Right? You see what I'm saying? Of an ancient Nimrod. And it started and originated in the original Babylon of ancient Nimrod. Who is Nimrod? Who is he related to? Ham, the son of Cush. Yes, it stems from roots whose beginning was surely this side of the flood. Okay, now remember it says on this side of the flood, right? Let's continue. Remember the concept, the imperialism. Nimrod's grandson of Ham. Let me read it again. Nimrod, grandson of Ham, son of Noah, was the real founder of the Babylonish system that has gripped the world ever since. The system of organized competition, capitalism, right? Of man-ruled governments. We just read it. And empires. Why do you think they have the pyramid here? And you guys have singers, rappers, and all that crap promoting and boasting about it. Based upon the competitive and profit-making economic system. So now I go and take a step back and I ask that idiot, so Canaanites created this economic system that supposedly we created? Is that what you're saying? But no, let's go deep into this. The system of organized competition, a man-ruled governments and empires, based upon the competitive and profit-making economic system. We, once again, and I've told you before, this is the fourth beast, right? Same economic system, same Christianity, Trinity concept, same Babylonian, same Kabbalah, same Talmud, same Judaism, all just wrapped up in a nice new little sweater. Same shit. Why do you think Christianity, as well as these other camps, BHIs, do you like these BHIs or these other dumbass phobia camps? They can't live without y'all giving them money. You're going to tell me that any of these guys or so-called gals, they teach y'all and don't ask you for funds? Is it coming out of the spirit? Or the necessity of running a business? Once again, the spirit of Nimrod. We're back at it again, family. Scriptures say, don't make merchandise of your gente. I guess they don't give a shit. Nimrod built the Tower of Babel. Once again, we read before in the previous book, right? You see? The result will surely be as it was before in the case of the builders of Babel. There will be confusion of tongues and the dissolution of the nations. This is actually pretty interesting. I was studying about this regarding another topic, but 2nd Ezra 16:1 will be unto thee, Babylon, and Asia will be unto thee, Egypt and Syria. I always wonder why I mentioned that. Well, this was before, you know. But I was doing some studying on it and I just remembered it now. Won't get into it too much. Don't want to get off topic. The result will surely be as if it was before in the case of the builders of Babel. There will be confusion of tongues and the dissolution of nations. Whose system are we under again? Nimrod. Who is boasting about them creating this system? We saw a video about them before. I'm not saying it, they're saying it. They are saying it. Check this out. See if I can find a video. Let's see. Let me see if it's this one. Let me see if it's this one. It's an old one, to be honest with you. I don't know if it's this
Many
one.
of those
Yeah, that's it.
who early on
Okay, so check it.
come
Check.
to formulate
Wait. Okay. Quick. Ooh, sounds good. This is part 1 and part 2. Okay. They're saying it. I'm not saying it. Who, what, where did Christianity come from? Yo, be proud. Wear it. Wear it. Okay. Don't deny it. Let me see. Oh, here we go. If Moses looked like a white Caucasian, he would be able. Oh, here goes another idiot. Whoa, where's the wool? You want to see woolly hair, right? Sure. Oh, man. Y'all are dumb, man. I feel bad for you guys, to be honest. But I don't even know why people even give you guys the time of day. I'm sure you're going to throw me some milk precepts and shit. Another 200 milks, supposedly. Try it, man. Matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to put the link up before this class ends later today. Let's see what you guys got. Let's continue with the class.
Many of those who early on helped to formulate what is modern day Christianity in Greece and Rome were also African.
When you look at Christianity, you're dealing with the Amen priesthood that's coming directly out of ancient Kemet. You're dealing with the rites and rituals of Osiris, the passions of Osiris, the idea of the resurrection of the dead and his son coming forward, Heru, as his living testament to his life. Aset, who the Greeks call Isis, is the essence of who Mary is. Nebetet, who is her sister, is who Mary Magdalene is. So that when you look at Christianity, I mean, even when you look at the word Chris or Charas, you're dealing with Chares. Cha means spirit and res means to rise. The Romans learned the passion of Osiris through the Greek. And the Greeks learned it through the Kemites or the Africans from Egypt. So that it was just a retelling of the same story, superimposing things that they thought they knew. And that becomes what we today call there is only one race on the planet, and that is the human race. And because of biological climatology, this race was born, nurtured, sustained, civilized, educated in Africa. And Dr. Clark teaches us that after they got their show together, then they took it on the road.
The origin of the name Europe comes from a Phoenician goddess named Europa. So the origin of the name Europe has an African origin because the Phoenicians, we're still dealing with black African people, the Canaanites and all that. When we talk about Phoenicians, we're still talking about black folks.
The first Europeans were a group of Africans called the Grimaldi, who had migrated from Africa to Europe between 40 and 60,000 years ago. And in the process of evolution, many of them lost the Africoid genotype and phenotypical features and then went on to look more European-esque. You even see in pre-racist Europe, Africans and Europeans living side by side. In fact, a lot of European families have a African background that they don't like to acknowledge.
Queen Charlotte, she was a
Yeah, and I be telling y'all, man, that a lot of you guys have a lot of Caucasian bloodline coming out of you. You don't want to admit it. It's kind of funny to me. You guys can wrap up like science and Bible, and you say you're original people, and then you believe in the Bible, but then you say that we all came out of Africa, and it's like, yo, y'all make no sense. Because if you look at the scriptures for what they really are, it did not originate in Africa. It's actually originating in the regions of, how can I put it, Middle East. You know what I'm saying? Well, once again, let's finish it real quick before we continue with the actual session. Nimrod, grandson of Ham, who had his son Canaan, who did have a chance to be in the land of our people. And even God allowed him to, let's see if you can be righteous. But he knew since the get-go that it would be an effed up seed, like in Genesis 9. We're all going to touch on this on Friday too. You know what I mean? We're just getting going, man. Nimrod, grandson of Ham, son of Noah, was the real founder of the Babylonish system that has gripped the world ever since to this very day. The system of organized competition,
what is it called? Capitalism in America. They hate communism. They hate socialism. They want a system of organized competition, of man-ruled governments. Let the few rule the vast. And empires based upon competitive and profit-making system. Profit-making economic system. Why do you think you have these camps creating massive money from y'all, man? Listen, I don't know why you don't see it. They're literally making money from you people. It's a business for them. Do you guys not know that it's a business for them? Yeah, matter of fact, let me show you. I wasn't going to show y'all, but it's a business for them, okay? It's a business for them. So the system of organized competition, of man-ruled governments and empires based upon the competitive and profit-making economic system. Nimrod built the Tower of Babel, the original Babylon, ancient Nineveh, many other cities. He organized the world's first kingdom. First beast. The name Nimrod in Hebrew is derived from Marad, meaning he rebelled. He rebelled. And in case you guys don't know, he's related to you Africans, okay? And I don't know why you don't see this. I don't know why you don't see it. But your seed is a rebellious witchcraft seed. For rebellion, 1 Sam 15:23, 1 Samuel, for rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft, and stubbornness as iniquity and idolatry. I'm a Hebrew. God has to have woolly hair. He got to be black like me, or I won't believe, because thou hast rejected the word of the Lord, Yahoo, or in case y'all don't know, not Yahweh, not Yeshua. He had also rejected thee from being king. Witchcraft, witchcraft, witchcraft. This is why he said what he said since the get-go. Deuteronomy 18:10. There shall not be found among you anyone that maketh his son or daughter pass through the fire, or that useth divination, or an observer of time, or an enchanter, or a witch, or a charmer, or a consulter with familiar spirits, or wizard, or necromancer. Why was he telling the brethren this? Because they were going into the land which Canaan was occupying without a right to be there. Y'all like to ignore Jubilees 10, but then you use Jubilees for other reasons, but you don't use it for what it really is there. I'm amazed. But again, look, let me show you something. They're making money off you guys, and you guys don't get it. And Christians are making fun of y'all because it's too easy. It's like, matter of fact, let me remind you of this. Okay, family, so deal with. Remember, if you recall, this dude called in 3 months ago. All right, because I'm right there. Matter of fact, I posted this yesterday. All right. So this dude 3 months ago comes to this channel. Hold on, let me take some of these out here real quick. Comes to this channel. And let me see where you at. Yeah, comes to this channel, right? And he wants to talk to me. Okay, this was 3 months ago. You guys will see the class. He didn't show up. So he posted something about these guys. 2 points here. So he's called an Israelite-only camp killer, right? Anyways, so this came to my feed, and I'm like, what the hell? Whatever, it don't matter to me. I don't care. It's little cheese man shit, But I'm like, yo, man, I did a live calling your funky ass up 3 months ago. And then you post some crap like, I'm going on vacation. No show. Here's the link to the class, right? You're a joke, clout chaser. So then, he goes, I go, bro, are you okay? Why are you giggly? The pub, whatever, right? That's all you got to say. Stop the cap, you weak, and a coward like these BHI idiots. So, and let me just say, 3 months ago, all right? 3 months ago, this guy, I don't give him no chance. And please don't subscribe to this idiot. He'll come and go every now and then. But I want to show you this. Look, 3 months ago, right? After I was done with him, he comes to this channel and he gets sliced and diced. Okay? I don't know what, I thought he'd be back. I'm like, bro, let's go for rounds. Let's go for some more rounds. You know what I mean? Because nobody likes it. He was the first one that actually hit the link. Y'all BHIs, Fopies, all you guys knew about this channel and you never came. This guy hit the link before all of you guys. But anyways, let me go back. So right around
right here. Where is it at? Hold on. Right here. He comes to this channel. Yeah, I'll show you. Look, I'll even show you. Watch. I'm gonna go back to prove. I prove everything. We prove all things. Scriptures say, prove all things, right? So then let's see. 3 months ago, where are you? Boom. 3 months ago, he is right. Where are you at? Right there. 3 months ago. Christmas Christian lies. Calling out IOCK. Christmas Christian, right? No show. 3 months, right, look. 3 months ago. My apologies for not posting. I'm moving overseas very soon and been focusing on getting my life in order. But very soon I will be dropping nonstop videos debunking One West. Peace and blessings, y'all. And then he comes back again. So anyways, to make a long story short, this guy does this. And I'm not going to show the whole video because I think it's just dumb. But you know what? I'm telling you, man, they're making a mockery out of you. This is a business for them. This ain't about your spirit. Y'all want to come and attack this channel because I'm showing our brethren scriptures, history about who we are. But yet and I don't charge a damn thing here. And brothers can reach out to me and talk to me. I've never asked them for money. Because I work and I take care of my family. So there's no merchandising of making here. If there ever was any chance to ever ask for any funds, it'd be to make sure that we give it for some cause. But I'm not even coming around that. But you guys, look, I'm going to show you guys a little bit of this. And then I'm going to show you something about the end, what he says. And again, it's all a business. Y'all decide what you want, man. You come to this channel, you want to go ahead and boast about how great y'all are and how, oh my God, we're just phenomenal specimens, man. We're the tallest, fastest, strongest. We love our people. But you guys cannot unite unless there's money or unless God looks like you. That's some sad shit. Check it. Real quick, not too long. Don't make merchandise out of your people.
Content deal with Deacon. We had a content deal with Deacon. And during that time, Deacon wants to, think about different ways to get more people to CZYN to help grow the business. So, which is what you should do when you enter into business partnerships.
What the hell? Okay, listen. I own a business. Okay, I own a business, and I shared some things with some people, and this is not a business. What I do with the scriptures, the scriptures should not be a business. It should not be about making money off of you. Why doesn't that matter? Now, again, but all of you guys coming and question what we're doing here, but yet you don't see that you're giving these people money and they see you as a business. You are a merchandise. For example, you're a clientele, they got a product. If they don't sell the product to the best of your emotional, economic Nimrod seed, you won't buy. Yeah, don't stop being who you are. You know who you are. And this whole calling us Canaanites, you're just projecting. I have found you. Hit the link, and I'll show you some more.
So he comes up with, man, we need to debate. Who we need you? And he's like, well, who's the biggest person we can have you debate? So he conceptualizes me debating Captain Azariak, right? So now we're going back and forth on, well, what are the disagreements in doctrine? He came up with New Covenant. He wanted to put the financial backing up to do it. So we had a conversation with Captain Azariak, and Captain Azariak can attest to this, as well as Corey from Tabernacle of David can attest to this, right? So we have witnesses here. And what happened was Captain Azariak went to his generals turned the debate down. That was it. No problem.
Now,
So
again, I don't care about the comadreando shit. He's gonna say, oh, well, this and that and that. Now, I remember, family, I told you guys about a year ago that the first people that were gonna fall was Hassad. And he was the first one. He took this guy. Now, then they went off and did some dumb video. I did a short on them, and I said, look, now they're like, we don't give a fuck about who you ask. It's none of your business. We don't have no problems. We just, you know what I mean? We just disagree. No disagreement. It was just about mushrooms. Well, we see it right here. Hypocrisy. So what this guy is doing, the white man, right? White man with the African features is what I call these people, just like this guy here. Y'all are white people, bro. You guys are lighter skinned than me. And then you got an idiot over here coming, telling me about somebody's like I'm bald or something. I'm bald, bro. I don't shave. I'm bald. And it's in the scriptures, by the way, in case you don't know it. So it's like, yo, Like, what's going on here, right? So then check this out. So he's complaining about their little issue. So here we go. Let's finish it off.
Answer is the legit answer. And I told y'all that when he asked me for a debate after I was questioning his loyalty, that's why he wasn't getting the debate. That's it. I didn't even ask the generals about it because I'm saying no. Now, Gorilla upped the ante because Gorilla said that he told Sergeant Yatab in his school, this is what Deacon told Sergeant Yatab in his school, that he was going to purposely ask me to debate the New Testament because he knew that it got turned down so it would look like I'm running. And y'all.
In case you guys don't know, this little group here, Genesis, I guess they call it, they're teaching the new covenant concept. And now they got merchandise, $25 worth. $25 worth of merchandise, family. Now you can buy your own menorah. Menorah with the little inscription in Hebrew that says Yahweh. Babylon. A system, an economic system of competition. You guys can't even understand that you're applying the economic Nimrod system to the Bible. In order for you to make money, you sell the Bible. You're selling spirit, kind of like with Christianity, they would give you the what do you call that thing every Sunday? They'd give you that shit in your mouth. What is that called? Whatever that thing is, right? It's just like that. Hey, give me 5, give me 10. I'll give you the little chip. Here you go. It's in your tongue. Ha ha. Now go marry. You're a Hebrew now. You got woolly hair. You good. You can be gay though. You know what I mean? You can sin. You can deal with prostitutes because, you know what I'm saying? Jacob and all these men had many wives and shit. Yada, yada, yada. Even though the scriptures clearly say he gave you one woman to bring a righteous seed. And by the way, he didn't even say that only in the New Testament. But let's continue. I digress.
I wasn't going to talk about it no more, but when I saw that video, when I saw Gorilla put that video up, y'all need that type of evidence for some reason. Y'all need that. I didn't need that type of evidence, but y'all needed that type of evidence. So now you ain't got to say, Cap, you making that up. He told a brother in Sakari that he was going to purposely ask me about the New Testament because he felt that because the one with y'all is running, and y'all all forget that the reason I said what I said is because he should have never left Sakari. That's my opinion. Now, again, I don't know what happened between Deacon and Gorilla. I don't. But what I do know is that they built that shit together, and they should have kept that shit together. I don't. But what I do know is that they built that shit together, and they should have kept that shit together. He should have remained. But what I do know is that they built that shit together, and they should have kept that shit together. He should have remained in there. They should have worked it out. However it was supposed to go. That's my position.
Y'all hear this shit? It don't matter if you disagree with doctrine, brother. You know what I mean? You got money involved in this, brother. So since you guys are business partners, brother, you should have worked it out. There's no loyalty in that. You know what I mean? Because it's a business.
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
Let me finish it. Nimrod, grandson of Ham, son of Noah, was the real founder of the Babylonian system, which uses the Bible as well, that has gripped the world ever since. The system of organized competition, of man-ruled governments and empires, based upon competitive and profit-making economic system. And you can use the Bible too. Nimrod built the Tower of Babel, the original Babylon, ancient Nineveh, many other cities. He organized the world's first kingdom. The name Nimrod in Hebrew derived from Marad, meaning he rebelled. And rebelling is like witchcraft, right? Right? Profit-making economic system. Ruled governments based upon competitive, non-profit making economic system. This is your plan. Now you see, family, this fourth beast is the first beast dressed up. Like in Revelation, the first beast and the second beast is not different beast. It's the same beast. Embracing the concept of spirituality and military might with the economic system.
And we're going to touch on that on Friday. Through her scheming and designing, Semiramis became Babylonian queen of heaven. And Nimrod, the various names, became the divine son of heaven. That's why I call this class, or 1, 2, and 3, right? In case you didn't notice it. The master of the seventh ray, right? Why do you think these BHIs love King James Bible? There's a spirit in that. And yes, Francis Bacon was the editor of that book. Don't believe me? Do it. Through the generations in this idolatrous worship, Nimrod became the false Messiah, the son of Baal, the sun god. In this false Babylonian system, the mother and child, Semiramis and Nimrod, became the chief objects of worship. Worship of the mother and child spread over the world. You see, and we see the names in various ways. Madonna, Sophia, or what's the other one? Arasha, I think. We'll touch on that later. I'm not making this up. You see it here. You see it everywhere. I mean, you see the... Here, let me see if I can find it. Hold on. You know what? Let's just go. Let's continue. For temptation. Romans, what's the scripture? Sirach 2:1. If you come to serve the Lord, prepare thy soul for temptation. But remember the scripture. Deuteronomy 32:7. Remember the days of old, consider the years of many generations. Ask thy fathers, and he will show thee, thy elders, and they will tell thee. Stop believing the bullshit, man. It's time that you brothers and sisters start studying, okay? Forget this crap. There's nobody here. There's no one else that's going to tell you who you are according to the scriptures or according to your understanding. You're going to have a lot of people here with stupid-ass conspiracy theories. A bunch of, let's say, ridiculousness in regards to, well, you know, the Bering Strait. And shut up. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. Let me, before I go into the video, let me see what you got real quick. Hold on. Sorry, bro. Hey, how you doing, brother? Yes, Shilem. Did you ever hear about the Cabbage Patch Baby conspiracy? Look it up. Well, I don't know if it's a topic, but I'll check into it while I'm watching these videos. Numbers 35:33. So ye shall not pollute the land wherein ye are, for blood is defiled the land. You see that? Ye shall not pollute the land wherein ye are. It is very clear that you guys are walking on cemeteries. How many children did they find in Canada? Of our children, our native brothers and sisters. How many? A lot. So ye shall not pollute the land wherein ye are, for blood is defiled in the land, and land cannot be cleansed for the blood that is shed therein, but by the blood of him that is sheddeth. Oh, that's heavy, bro. You want to know something? Remember the scripture that talks about, and it's in Genesis, Abel's blood crieth from the ground? He crieth from the ground. You think that's why when people say, oh, abortion should be legal because there's no life in the little baby because it's only a few weeks old. Listen, the moment that thing touches with blood, which is how life is created, it's a life now. The life is in blood. The life is in blood. But what do you Christians know? You toss behind his laws. You don't care. I can't read all that. All will be revealed. Let me see if I can get into it. The rich are corrupt. The garments are beaten. Behold, the hired labor. You shall feed. Let me read 5 and 6. James 5:5. It says, ye have lived in pleasures on the earth and been wanton. Ye have nourished your hearts, as in the days of slaughter. Ye have condemned and killed the just, and doth not resist you. There you go, right there, bro. Let's see. It's about white babies growing with cabbage patches. That's why I asked. Oh, nah, I never heard of that. Check this out, all right? So again, remember the thought. Let's not forget. Stop following other people's so-called theories of who you are. Remember the days, Deuteronomy 32:7. Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. Ask thy fathers, and he will show thee thy elders, and they will tell thee. All right, listen to this.
Temblores y los huracanes y los malos gobiernos. Y ya hay que mandar al carajo a esos que dicen que mantener costumbres, tradiciones, nuestra lengua es atraso. No, no. La civilización no nos la trajeron los europeos. La civilización ya se tenía en lo que es México miles de años atrás, antes de que llegaran los españoles, los europeos. Nosotros tenemos mucha cultura y mucha civilización. Es de los pueblos con más cultura. Por eso hemos resistido todas las calamidades. Por eso se han resistido los temblores y los huracanes y los malos gobiernos, la peste de la corrupción, las pandemias, todo lo resiste el pueblo por nuestras culturas, porque eso es lo que nos da la fortaleza.
It goes also back to this whole concept that we are supposedly light-skinned because we mix with other people, man. Get the hell out of here with that shit. Y'all are stupid. Do you not see the actual sculptures clearly show? Plus, the material that the books itself express themselves clearly. Clearly. We were tanned, we were light-skinned, we were dark. We would use grease in order to tan ourselves and even some red shoot. And you want to know why I can speak boldly on it? Because I used to do it, and no one told me to do it. Guess what? It's a generational thing. It's in the spirit. You just don't know. How would you know? Leviticus 18:25. For the land is defiled, therefore I visit the punishment of its iniquity upon it, and the land vomits out its inhabitants. Man, you guys are actually on point of it, because one of my last scriptures is in Habakkuk 2. So, I'm not gonna read it. So please, don't post it. Anyhow, let's continue, man. I got something more. All right. So look, I'm gonna say something to you guys. These are examples of slowly and surely you understanding. Listen, man. What we're being told, we were told one thing. We didn't really know what the hell that meant. And now, like I've been saying, the things that are happening over in Palestine, it's happening at a micro level, meaning like on a small scale, and you see it happening so fast, so quick, right? But now you're seeing it with let's say us here. Here, I'll just get up closer. And you see now that the same thing that he's going to say, right, that is happening to them is exactly what happened to us. We just didn't see it as clearly. So watch this. So, Mr. What, man? You're going to have something to really think about after this whole Palestinian thing. Let's go.
The Jews have a right to Palestine. This is their land. Were they born there? Were they from Palestine? Can they trace their family back thousands of years? Can they point to a piece of land and say, my great-great-great-great-great-grandfather lived on this land and we have it in our family? I want you to watch a video and look at the names. Doc, okay, so there's Isaac Herzog, the president, okay. Benjamin Netanyahu from Poland.
Yes.
Next one, Joseph Gallant, he's from Poland. There's Smotrich, Ukraine. I didn't know he was Ukrainian. There's Ben Gvir, he's a nutcase, he's from Iraq. There's Eli Cohen, the foreign minister, he's from Morocco. There's Yair Lapid, the opposition leader, Serbia. Benny Gantz, the defense minister, he's from Hungary and Romania. There's Gilad Erdan from Romania. There's Mark Regev, Germany, Australia. what is Hatovle, Georgia.
Yes.
None of
these
them,
are
none of them are
indigenous.
Palestinians. None of them.
Oh, really?
None of them. They're all occupiers.
Really?
They're colonists.
No way.
They have gone to Palestine to colonize it for Zionism.
Does it not sound familiar? It kind of sounds familiar. Something that happened, I don't know, like around 1492? Don't you think? Exactly the same thing. And then it's the same people in this continent here of ours, regardless of where you say you're from, that keeps passing laws to tell our gente here that belongs in this land to leave. Passing laws for the same way. But you see, it happened on a very slow level. And we didn't see it because it took years, right? But now we're starting to see some clarity. We're starting to see some, wait a minute, hold on a second. You know, that sounds very similar to what happened to us, man. And see, before we didn't have any movies or anything to like express to us. So for example, every year, certain people have a Holocaust movie. Every year, certain people have a movie about slavery. Well, guess what? Now we get to see what it's like for a foreign nation, a foreign people, to come into your land and to take your shit and to blow you up and to take your women and your children and to kill the men, right? And then to move you out of the way because you're a savage, because you don't belong in this land, because we were chosen. That is exactly what the doctrine of discovery was about. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 20. Let's read that real quick. It says, the Lord shall send upon thee cursing, vexation, and rebuke in all that thou settest thine hand unto for to do, until thou be destroyed, and until thou perish quickly because of the wickedness of thy doings whereby thou hast forsaken. Luckily, our Father had some kind of love for us, or else it would have been stuck being nothing but just hardly anybody here. The remnant was left. And look, and I'm gonna tell you something, family. I'm using these examples because two things. We don't know if our people are still there. I know we were scattered. I'm gonna show you a map. But at the same time, this is a good example for you to learn what happened to you and how they want you to forget about 1492, but 1776 is okay. Ye shall no more give, Exodus 5 and 7. Ye shall no more give the people straw to make brick, as heretofore. Let them go and gather straw for themselves. So now we see people with the same mindset, the same attitude, getting rid of certain people in Palestine without giving a F what they're doing. The same concept here now. Passing laws in Florida and Texas, forcing cops now to arrest people that look like me, because they can't determine that. I'm just driving around, and if you look like me, in Texas, you can get pulled over. And they'll ask me, are you Mexican? Because if I was black or so-called African, you know they wouldn't pull me over. You know they wouldn't. Well, if I was white, because they wouldn't assume he wasn't illegal. Of course not. So let's make it worse for them. And the tale of bricks, which they did make thereunto, ye shall lay upon them. Ye shall not diminish aught thereof, for they be idle. Therefore they cry, saying, let us go and sacrifice to our God. Let their more work be laid upon men, and they may labor therein. And let them not regard vain words. We've known historically how y'all had taken advantage of our gente, even to this very day. You complain about low, these illegals, they come in with low wages. They come in and ask for low wages, and that's why they're taking jobs from us. Yeah, but you want to know something? Some of these guys aren't getting paid, a lot of them, because you so-called U.S. citizens, don't pay them because you know they're not legal, and they can't call the cops on you, or can't sue you either, because then they'll, get arrested. Or you call the immigration on them. We've known cases like that. Remember what we talked about, unknown history of us. as we move forward, these little things, right? I want you to remember that these things were happening. It's not a joke, but it happened in a longer period of time. Here's an example.
What don't you understand? Are we putting missiles near the borders of the United States? No. It's the United States with their missiles coming to our home. They're literally on our doorstep. Is this really too much to ask? No more strike systems on our doorstep. What's so unusual about that? How would American people feel if we put our missiles on the Canada-US border, for example? Or if we put our missiles on the Mexico-US border? As though Mexico and the US never had any territorial issues. California used to belong to whom? And Texas? Have you forgotten? Oh right, it's quiet now. Nobody brings it up.
What was that other guy doing in the other video saying, oh, the Israelis went in there and they're foreign people. They don't even belong there. Well, guess what? How do you think we feel? Hopefully this makes more sense to you guys. Now, I need y'all to learn from the experience of the Palestinians to reflect on our history and how these very same people, the combination, are doing this to the, like, it doesn't stop. Like, invasion, and even if it's so-called talks about invading Mexico, y'all are still talking about that. I mean, hasn't it been enough? Stolen our people's past, stolen our people's history, stolen the territory. What do I mean by stealing? Oh, but trust me, you believe you have everything to do with it. Don't blame it on the Spaniards just because Sumarraga was the one that decided. Burning everything about our historical facts, teaching us some stupid ass doctrine, not even teaching the Bible completely in its complete sense, okay? And then showing us stuff that is not even of the scriptures, making up fairy tale stories that supposedly Virgin Mary appeared to some guy in a shirt, when we know now it's a lie. Why did you evangelists or so-called Catholics make this stuff up? Now, how in the world do you not want to push this whole stupidity of the Great Commission? How? Matthew 28, the Great Commission, really? With guns and cannons and lynching and burning? Was that how you converted us? Which to me, I find very, very ridiculous to you that are in these rooms. In these rooms, both are included. White Jesus, black Jesus, both of y'all. Both y'all are all dumb. I'm talking about my people. Lamentation 4:17. Because in case you don't know, you run from the white man supposedly because the black man understands your cause. But did you not realize that it was the white man and the black man that actually came and conquered this land, these lands, and gave you smallpox? It was both of them. But what do I know, right? Lamentation 4:17. As for us, you dummies, as for us, our eyes are yet failed for our vain help. That's vanity. You see, vain help, meaning emptiness. There's not, the only reason you're interested is because of some personal shit that you just don't want to let go of. In our watching, we have watched for a nation that could not save us. For lust, for fear. Those are the worst two things that you can ever deal with. Lust and fear. Isaiah 1:3, it says, the ox knoweth his owner and it asks his master's crib. You guys have read this before. It's very simple. Animals understand who their owner is, and animals understand where they live. But Israel does not know. My people do not consider it. No. And by walking around not knowing who you are, not reflecting on your past, not seeing what's going on, and looking at your history saying, man, you know, that's relatively similar to what happened to us. Then you're going to go around like every other idiot. Here's the one I'm looking for. Is this one? I can't remember which scripture I'm looking for. It's all good. go back to Lamentation 4. Verse 18, it says, they hunt our steps that we cannot go in our streets. Our end is near, our days are fulfilled, for our end is come. Now, we know that with the whole immigration concept, we know who's passing these laws and we know who is in charge. Our persecutors are swifter than eagles of heaven. They pursued us upon the mountains. They laid wait for us in the wilderness. What's going on at the border? You not seeing the videos? Are you guys lost in the sauce, not watching the videos? Do you guys not know that that's exactly what's happening? Waiting at the border, waiting to send for them to cross the actual, what do you call it, desert? It's exactly what's going on. Let me show you this real quick. This whole idea, and in the class I did the other day, I told you guys about the privileges of some people and not some people. Stop believing this BS, family. Okay? Let's make it very clear here. All right? This is regarding Ricardo Rodriguez, but not necessarily him. When you guys get a chance, read this article. Okay? I'm going to get to the point. It says here, hold on. Here it goes right here. I'll just read it. In May in 1896, Ricardo Rodriguez entered a federal court in San Antonio, Texas, and initiated his application for citizenship of the United States, thereby requesting the right to vote. Since Texas declared its independence from Mexico and was annexed into the United States, Tainos did not qualify for American citizenship because due to an 1872 federal statute that ruled that only Caucasians and Africans could become U.S. citizens. What the hell is that about? But I thought you guys had it so bad. The more I look into this, the more I realize that there's a definitive example of certain people that claim to be treated like shit and certain people that are really being treated like shit. Okay? Pay attention.
When we look at the situation in Hebron.
That's Ori Gavadi, a former Israeli soldier who once patrolled this area. Now he works with the anti-occupation group Breaking the Silence, giving tours to show the reality of the occupation.
On that street, Palestinians are allowed to walk and open businesses, but not allowed to drive. The yellow street on the map is a street where Palestinians are only allowed to walk, not allowed to drive, and not allowed to open businesses. The street that we're heading towards, no Palestinian in the whole wide world can walk on those streets.
Why?
That's how we decided to control the Palestinian population.
So how did it get to be this way? Hebron is a city that both Jews and Muslims consider holy. In 1967, the Israeli occupation began, and settlers started moving into the heart of Hebron. But even then, Hebron's streets weren't segregated. In 1994, everything changed. An American-born settler entered a Hebron mosque with an assault rifle and killed 29 Palestinians. In response to this attack and the unrest that followed, Israel punished Palestinians, banning them from some of the city's most important streets.
صادر شارع الشهداء، هذا الشارع اللي كان يوصلنا مع كل العالم، هذا الشارع كان يعيش بالحركة، يعيش بالزوار، بالوفود من كل أقطار فلسطين، اليوم صفت كنا مدينة أشباح.
Even Palestinians who live on Shuhada Street can't walk out their front doors.
We send Israeli soldiers to weld shut those front doors while everyone else who's not a Palestinian can walk freely. The segregated roads and the settlements, of course we call it apartheid. It's not even a question.
You know, I keep wondering, so who was the real Nazis in Germany? I mean, these so-called Jews people that were supposedly suffering over there, they're acting just like them. And again, let's reflect on this, family. We're going back to this whole beginning. I showed you. So let me show you 3 examples, okay? First of all, we're going to go back to the point. See, we got to connect the dots again, family. There's a reason why all of these things matter. when they say this about the so-called Palestinians and that the Israelis are invading their land, well, what are we talking about here? Who is Babylon? Whose land did they take? Whose laws did they pass? What religion are we obligated to celebrate when we're obligated to have our days off? Listen, at every damn store and every damn street, I see a tree, family. Exactly, bro. There he goes right there, man. Let's go. Listen to this.
The Jews have a right to Palestine.
Now, let's remember connected. So, like, supposedly the Jews have a right to Palestine, right? So, do these people here that in this continent right now, do they have a right to America? Do you so-called white folks and black folks, you call yourself American citizens, do you have the right to this land? Who gives you the right? Just like historically, right? They're fighting historically for that land. Well, historically, we've been here. Historically, we've been here. So why the fuck is that any different? If you're letting these people fight for a land that they supposedly historically owned, why the hell are you claiming you're a damn Christian and you're breaking laws and commandments that literally say, do not move landmarks. Do not steal land. Do not steal people in slavery. And what do? The very same thing. Do not go and force people into your religions because that's what you guys said you weren't going to do. Let's continue.
This is their land. Were they born there? Were they from Palestine? Can they trace their family back thousands of years? Can they point to a piece of land and say, my great-great-great-great-grandfather lived on this land and we have it in our family? I want you to watch a video and look at the names. Doc, so there's Isaac Hurd.
So again, he says, my great-great-great-grandfather owned this land, right? So he's saying, well, these guys are claiming that, but they're living in other countries, being born in other countries. Well, isn't the same thing happening here? Isn't the same thing happening here? You have people that live here, supposedly their great-great-grandfather. Oh, my grandfather came on the Mayflower. My great-great-grandfather came in 1850. My great-great-great-grandfather came in when I was a slave. Shut your ass up. You still aren't from this continent. The nerve of you. The nerve of you to sit here, criticize, oh, free Palestine. But you're sitting on a continent in a land that you stole yourself. That's pretty funny and ironic. Let's continue.
Herzog, the president, Benjamin Netanyahu from Poland.
Yes.
Next one, Joseph Gallant, he's from Poland. There's Smotrich, Ukraine. I didn't know he was Ukrainian. There's Ben Gvir, he's a nutcase, he's from Iraq. There's Eli Cohen, the foreign minister, he's from Morocco. There's Yair Lapid, the opposition leader, Serbia. Benny Gantz, the defense minister, he's from Hungary and Romania. There's Gilad Erdan from Romania. There's Mark Regev, Germany, Australia. Hatove, Georgia.
Yes.
None of them are Palestinians. Right. None of them. None of them. They're all occupiers. They're colonists. They have gone to Palestine to colonize it for Zionism.
I'm glad they're coming to their senses. Anyways, they probably won't. Let's listen to this, okay?
Well, there are two levels of discussion here. One is about the facts on the ground and what should be done with it. Turn to that in a minute. The second is questions of what terminology to use to describe what's happening. Here, you can decide that you are willing to live in a bubble as distinct from the entire world. You're free to do that. There are three notions that came up. The biblical rights, which have absolutely no status, none. Nobody in the world can say, 2,000 years ago, here's my story of what happened, so therefore I have a right to do it now. You can't live in a world like that. Nobody in the world ever makes such a claim. You want to make it? Okay, but then just admit, I'm out of the world, distinct from the world. Now, yes, totally distinct. If you really want to play that game, the Palestinians have more of a right to claim to be descendants of the population from 2,000 years ago than I do.
Hey, family.
Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch.
So it's funny you guys want to go ahead and say, "Oh, sit in the street in the middle of the street," right? Or to the past stupid videos on Fox News and all your favorite Republican channels, and and say how bad Hamas is doing. Here you got a man that says you have no right to. Now, if you do want to use the Bible, then you're going to get smacked in the face for it, because and we're going to see why he believes this. Let's go.
You really want to play that game. The Palestinians have more of a right to claim to be descendants of the population from 2,000 years ago than I do. My ancestors probably come from the Caucasus. Their ancestors come from Palestine. The Canaanim were correct about this. So you don't want to get into that game. Biblical rights have no status. Now let's turn to legality and occupation. There is 100% agreement among all relevant international institutions, not just the United Nations Security Council, including the United States in unanimous declarations, but the International Court of Justice, the World Court, the Red Cross, which administers the Geneva Conventions, Israel's own top legal authorities all agree that the Jewish settlements in the West Bank are in violation of international law. 100% agreement. Israel doesn't agree, fine. Israeli Jews want to live in some little bubble of their own, they're entitled to do so. But you can't overlook the fact that that every relevant international institution disagrees.
Oh, and again, the question now is in 1846 or 1848, when supposedly they used these laws against our people in government, or when they went to this U.S. Supreme Court and succeeded in taking this land by claiming the doctrine of discovery through the court system. So they use a religious argument to win a case in the court system here in this country. They're doing the same thing to them over there. They're using the Bible to justify a court legal procedure.
Bruh.
Ain't no different, man. Wake up.
On the question of legality. Same with occupation. Every relevant international institution recognizes that Israel is occupying not only the West Bank, but that it's also the occupying authority in Gaza. So as far as terms go, the correct terms are Greater Israel, Israel's illegal expansion into the West Bank. It's hundreds of thousands of settlers there. That's all part of a Greater Israel that Israel intends to integrate within Israel proper.
So I find it very interesting that the 13 colonies was exactly the same thing. They had agreed with Britain not to expand. But guess who was involved in these decisions? Masons, Jews.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Yeah, 1776 was written by New Masonry. And who were involved? All those so-called Khazarian Jews. So now we know that you don't have no respect of a contract. You just want expansion and power.
And is developing the infrastructure and the programs to do so. There is no counterpart on the Palestinian side.
Here's his reason behind it.
Are you familiar with the Khazar? Are you familiar with the Khazar theory? There's a theory, it's widely accepted as anti-Semitic, that Ashkenazi Jews come from the Khazars and they're not Levantine. But DNA tests.
It's not anti-Semitic. It's a question of fact. So Shlomo Hassan, for example, has argued that, I think probably exaggerated, but it's simply a question of fact. If my ancestors from the Ukraine have Khazar roots, changes nothing. I'm Jewish. My grandfather was Jewish. My family happens to have a story saying that we're descended from the Baal Shem Tov. Okay, that's part of the culture. Doesn't matter what the DNA shows. We live, this is a point that Ahad Ha'am made over a century ago in his lectures on the two Moseses. He says, yes, there's a Moses of history, who may have existed, may not have existed. There's a Moses of culture, and that exists as a cultural phenomenon. And it's the cultural phenomenon within our cultural tradition, whoever Moses might have been, if he even existed. Yes, that's true. We live in a world of cultural traditions. Makes no difference what the DNA says. So, okay, If the DNA says we're not descended from the Baal Shem Tov, hence back to King David, but we're descended from somebody in the Caucasus, makes absolutely no difference to our identity. We should stop this silly game altogether. It's maybe of some scholarly historical interest, but of no significance for the modern world. The modern world is the cultural entities that we're part of, okay? Social and cultural entities. And so we should throw all that aside. They can play with it in biology labs in Israel where they're intent on showing something absurd. But we live in this world with its own cultural, social, political structures.
So live with it, Beaners. You guys are Mexican, so that's it. That's lovely, isn't it? Isaiah 30. Let's go. Again, family, it's one of these classes. I'm going to go in and I'm going to go out, man. All right. Isaiah 30, verse 1, it says, woe to the rebellious children, saith the Lord, that take counsel, but not of me, and that covers with covering, but not of my spirit, that they may add sin to sin. Why am I reading that? Because guess what you guys do all the time? Guess what you guys do all the time? You believe these camps. You believe these BHIs. You believe Christianity. You believe Judaism. You believe Islam. As a matter of fact, in every single one of them, right? They want to jump on this game and the Khazarians aren't the real people of the Bible. Well, you Canaanites are not either. Oh, well, Christianity is the way to go. Yeah, well, guess what? You guys claim that the laws are done away with. Well, Judaism is the right way. Yeah, y'all don't believe in any Meshiach. And Islam wants to always criticize everybody else, and they don't even know that they actually worship the same scriptures that they criticize. Pretty stupid. Pretty dumb. You guys, all of you, sit here in a silly manner and have no clue that you're following exactly Satan. Yeah. There's Satan. That's it. It's crazy, man. Verse 2, that walk down into Egypt, meaning bondage, meaning the wisdom of Egypt. You guys that want to vote for Democrats or Republicans, or that go to these churches, or that are married to somebody that believes in this Christianity concept, and everybody's going to be free, and laws are okay, and it's just the way life is, and Israelis don't mean no harm. Like I got sisters that believe that shit. Trust me. That walk to go down into Egypt and have not asked at my mouth to strengthen themselves in the strength of the Pharaoh and to trust in the shadow of Egypt. That's their religion. This is their culture. Shut up and believe it. Like he said. Don't learn about your history. Who cares? You're a native who they found in a hut, and that's as good as it gets for you. Therefore shall the strength of the Pharaoh be your shame, and the trust in the shadow of Egypt your confusion, which is why I keep telling you, study to show thyself approved, or vote for Trump. I mean, if you guys are still in this political world, y'all don't know why you're doing that. Now, I'm going to say this to you. Say this. If you think about this for a second, every single one of us has at least trusted in this system once or another. Okay. We all fell. We all fell for the gimmick. Okay. It's okay. Let's get a little history why I called her what she is. Lady Liberty Jewish? It says. Okay. It says here. With the right. Oh, hold on a second. The Statue of Liberty in 1936. Oh, my bad. It says with her right arm raised heavenward, it's easy to imagine that the Statue of Liberty, built in 1886, stands in mid-harbor, vowing to remember Jerusalem. Lets her right hand wither. See that? In truth, Lady Liberty is not technically a Jew. Her father was a Freemason. What? Yes, her father was a Freemason. The sculptor Frederick Augusti Bartholdi, which I did everything I could, and I couldn't find no religious background on this guy, called her Libertas, after the Roman goddess of freedom. He wanted her to resemble the goddess Isis. the Egyptian queen of heaven. Ooh, it's getting good now. It's getting good now. So, do we have a queen of heaven here also, gentlemen? I believe we do have a queen of heaven here. Seems like we do have a queen of heaven here. So, I'm gonna get ahead a little bit, just so you guys can, I found this very funny because this is from a book called This is page 18, right? But this is from a book called you guys have seen this, Mystery Babylon, right? Mystery Babylon. Well, Babylon Mystery Religions. Man, stop. Ancient and modern. Look at that. What does that look like, huh? Anyways, let's continue. We go to page 18 real quick. Watch what it says here real quick. Let me just get to the point. It says here, in further indication that Mary, here, I'm reading this part right here, okay? Hold on, let me see if I can highlight it. Hold on. Right here. Reading it right here, okay? From right here to right here. It says, a further indication that Mary worship developed out of the old world, okay? Hold on a second here. Out of the old world, out of the old worship of the mother goddess may be seen in the titles that are ascribed to her. Mary is often called, here, let me go ahead and do this. I'll stop from the top again. A further indication that Mary worship developed out of the old worship of the mother goddess may be seen in the titles that are ascribed to her. Mary is often called the Madonna. According to Hislop, this expression is the translation of the titles by which the Babylonian goddess was known. In deified form, Nimrod, oh shoot, here we go again, came to be known as Baal. The title of his wife, the female divinity, would be the equivalent of Baalti. In English, this word means my lady. In Latin, mi domina. In Italian, it is corrupted into well known as Madonna. Among the Phoenicians, the mother goddess was known as the Lady of the Sea. Bruh. So that is really weird to me, my friend. That to me was like, whoa. What do we know about the Lady Liberty? She is on the sea. She is also the Queen of Heaven, right? So now we're going to see here. Watch this. It's all connecting, my family. It's all connecting, and we see why now the worship is mandatory. Oh, I can't find it. Yeah, okay. Well, what the hell we do then? Hold on. Oh, I know why. Okay, that's why. Okay, hold on. Let's see if I can find it now. That's weird. Let me see if I can get it here. Go back here. Boom, boom. Mary, continue. The mother, Christianity. Here's the mother goddess, right? False worship of Babylon, a worship of a woman. In Ephesus, the great mother known as Diana, the temple dedicated to her in the city was one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. In Egypt, the mother was known as Isis. That's what he said. Goddess Isis, Egyptian queen of heaven. I'm not lying. They're saying this. Now, this was a so-called Jew. Now, a lot of people talk about him, but he doesn't admit that he is. I find it interesting. But there's a lot of talk about this person, the Holy Mother, right? Tammuz, we understand. And if we go back to here, these sections here, you'll see how we have in this book. Where are you at? Here, I'll take you to this part here. The mother child, Tammuz, Semiramis, I'm sorry, Mary Church. She represents the Queen of Heaven, right? Okay. So now let's continue on this other part here. Watch this. What is the Jewish history of the U.S. Statue of Liberty? Time would change the Statue of Liberty meaning for the Jewish community of America as new immigrants arrived in greater numbers at the Harbor of Freedom. I find this interesting. An entire decade before Lady Liberty took her place on Bedloe Island in the New York Labor, the Jews of the United States erected their own Statue of Liberty. The process began in 1874 when the B'nai B'rith organization, okay, in the United States commissioned a monument to religious liberty with a location to be in Philadelphia. This city was selected because it was where the Declaration of Independence had been signed. Now, who are these people? The B'rith organization. Just kind of get to the real quick manner. This is who they are. Well, probably slow to process. Just go real quick here. It says here, Children of the Covenant is a 501c nonprofit Jewish service organization and was formerly a German Jewish Cultural Association. B'nai B'rith states that it is committed to the security and continuity of the Jewish people in the state of Israel and combating anti-Semitism and other forms of bigotry. Huh. Interesting, huh? Interesting who they are. I'm going to dabble into this a little bit more further. Check this out now. I'll show you a picture because remember, this artist used a variety of arts to, put this statue together. The Statue of Liberty, a symbol of democracy and freedom that has greeted countless immigrants to U.S. shores, was inspired by a project representing an Arab woman guarding Suez Canal, researchers said. The recent findings are especially startling for some in the United States amid a heated debate over the arrival of the refugees from war-scarred Syria and other Muslim-majority countries. French sculptor Frédéric Auguste Bartholdi, who traveled to Egypt in 1855 and 1856, developed there a passion for large-scale public monuments and colossal sculptures. When the Egyptian government sought proposal in 1869 to build a lighthouse for the Suez Canal, Bartholdi designed a huge statue of a robed woman holding a torch, which he called Egypt Brights Light to Asia. We see that picture here. Wow. You tell me. So we're seeing that the meaning of this society, everything in this society has a meaning. There's nothing to be ignored when you look around. Nothing to be ignored. So we now know from, several scriptures you brothers have brought out, I appreciate it. And from what we're actually following up with this one, Habakkuk 2:6. And the Lord answered me and said, write the vision and make it plain upon a table, that he may run that readeth it. So I'm trying to make it plain for you guys to see the connection of how on a macro level, on a big scale, a very slower process, you've been conquered and told you were savages and slowly been moved out of your own God-given land. So that's why write the vision, make it plain upon the tables, that he may run that readeth it. So as soon as you read what I'm showing you, you should start understanding that it's time to get your ass into these particular matters that pertain to us. For the vision is yet for an appointed time, meaning rumors of wars, things are becoming available for us to see what's going on. But at the end, it shall speak, because it ain't going to give you time to figure it out by then and not lie. Though it tarry, wait for it, because it will surely come. It will not tarry. So for you that thinking, I don't see things happening here, it's not really happening. Okay. All right. We'll see. Verse 6, shall not all these all these take up a parable against him and a taunting proverb against him and say, woe to him that increaseth that which is not his. Isn't that what you've been doing? Isn't that what they're doing over there? How long? And to him that ladeth himself with thick clay, shall they not rise up suddenly, that they shall bite thee? You think we don't get to this point now. We're at this point. Now you're saying you're going to deport a bunch of our gente. And now you're going to supposedly invade some people. And now you're invading other people and providing support for them to be invaded. In a wake that shall vex thee, and thou shalt be for booties unto them. Like, you don't think they're going to strike back, bite you back? Because thou hast spoiled many nations. All the remnant of the people shall spoil thee. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. Because of men's blood, there's a lot of history that you, both of you, specifically you three nations, have ignored. Some say that we didn't go through slavery. Others don't even consider us people of the scriptures. And the other say is, well, it's, doctor the discovery. It was a manifest destiny for us to conquer and kill you. Yeah, that's what you guys say. That's what you say, because that's what you believe in. Because thou hast spoiled many nations, and all the remnant of the people shall spoil thee, because of the men's blood, and for the violence of the land, of the city, and of all that dwell therein. Woe to him that covereth an evil covetousness with his house. You think this is not about covetousness, Mr. America? Or Mr. Israeli? It's all about power. That he may set his nest on high. That's all you guys want. We're the chosen people. Everybody better submit to me. That he may be delivered from the power of evil. Thou hast consulted shame to thy house by cutting off many people, and thou hast sinned against thy soul. Verse 15. Woe to him that giveth his labor to drink, that putteth thy whole bottle to him, that making him drunk also, that thou mayest look unto their nakedness. Meaning, if you are blind and you're saying, man, I don't give a shit what you say, bro. All that damn church shit, bro. Man, get out of here. All right. I found this video from one of
the statue.
And let's go ahead and learn about this real quick. Now we're going to get some video understanding of what I was just sharing. And then we're almost done. All right, let's go.
Of Lucifer. Recently, comedian Bobby Lee and his friends reacted to a video I made 2 years ago on his podcast. In the video, I talk about the possibility that the Statue of Liberty could be a statue that's paying an homage to Satan. In that 1-minute video, I barely scratched the surface concerning this topic, so I don't blame anyone who doesn't consider the idea a possibility.
Here we go. This is what I'm talking about. Let's hear it.
It is actually a statue dedicated to Lucifer. The left is a painting made in the 17th century.
Wow.
Known as Satan summoning his legion.
I'm in.
Now, the devil's original name in the Bible was known as Lucifer, or in Hebrew, Hillel, which means the light bearer or the bringer of light.
Well, hold on. I'm in.
It's holding a torch. It's bearing the light.
I'm in.
Now, the Statue of Liberty looks awfully similar to the Colossus of Rhodes. Now, the Colossus of Rhodes was one of the ancient wonders of the world. It was a bronze Greek statue. It was about 108 feet tall.
Dude, looks like there it is right there. We're in a diaper.
It's holding a torch. This statue is dedicated to the Greek god Helios, the god of the sun, the god of the light. In fact, many Luciferians refer to the devil as the great light. And this painting of Satan summoning his legion looks awfully similar to the face of the Statue of Liberty. I mean, take a look. Looks pretty similar to me.
I'm in.
Since I have made that video, I have found a lot of detailed information about the Statue of Liberty possibly being an idol to the accuser.
Ready to buy a home? Get pre-qualified with Wells.
The Statue of Liberty is an American landmark visited by approximately 3.5 million people every year, and is recognized internationally as a symbol of American ideals. According to the apparent historical narrative we have been given concerning the Statue of Liberty, it is a universal symbol of freedom, originally conceived as an emblem of the friendship between the people of France and the US, and a sign of their mutual desire for liberty. It was also meant to celebrate the abolition of slavery following the US Civil War. Over the years, the statue has become much more. It is the mother of exiles, greeting millions of immigrants and embodying hope and opportunity for those seeking a better life in America. It stirs the desire for freedom in people all over the world. It represents the United States itself. We have been given a bunch of narratives concerning who the Statue of Liberty is actually modeled after. The history books tell us that the original model may have been an Egyptian woman. Many historians say that the Statue of Liberty was modeled after Libertas, the Roman goddess of freedom. We have also been told that the sculptor Frederick August Bartholdi was first inspired by the colossal figures guarding Nubian tombs. Some historians even believe that it's an amalgamation of all of these: the Roman goddess Libertas, a peasant, and the extra inspiration in the artist's own mind. So who was the sculptor that designed the Statue of Liberty, and what was the actual purpose behind the statue? The sculptor behind the Statue of Liberty was a high-ranking Freemason named Frederick August Bartholdi. who was born in 1834 in Colmar, France.
Hey, by the way, I'm going to play the videos and then I'm going to cut it off, all right? So just letting y'all know ahead of time. But I'm going to be reading and then, you'll know when I'm done when I play the music. This is the same book, chapter 1. It reads, the mystery religion of Babylon has been symbolically described as the last book of the Bible as a woman arrayed in purple and scarlet color and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having a golden cup in her hand full of abomination and filthiness of her fornication. And upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and the abomination of the earth. When the Bible uses symbolic language, a woman, in this case, it's a nation. It's not a church, dummies. Let's continue.
In the Alsace region, on the border of Germany, according to ScottishRite.org, the Statue of Liberty has Masonic origins and ties to Freemasonry. In fact, the Colossus in New York's harbor was conceived, financed, built, and installed by Freemasons. Nearly 100 years after the end of the American Revolution in 1865, nearly 100 years after the end of the American Revolution in 1865, French political thinker and Freemason Edward de la Boulaye, who belonged to a Masonic lodge in Paris, proposed to France that the country gift a monument to the United States in commemoration of their diplomatic relations, and to celebrate a century of freedom and democracy. Additionally, Freemason La Boulaye and his comrades, which included the likes of Oscar and Edmond de Lafayette, grandsons of Marquis de Lafayette, Henry Martin, and a sculptor and Freemason, Frederick Auguste Bartholdi, had hoped that the gift would inspire their own French citizens to pursue democracy in France. The structural framework was provided by fellow Freemason and French civil engineer Gustave Eiffel, who would later become famous for designing the Eiffel Tower. Copper was chosen as the material of choice by Freemason Bartholdi, as it was among the least expensive material to construct with. The statue was then built by Freemason laborers of the Franco-American Union and was completed in 1885. The Statue of Liberty was then dismantled into 350 pieces and shipped overseas, arriving.
Remember, we know that this particular individual, what did she do? Well, what was she called? Mary, often called Queen of Heaven. We also read that she was considered the Queen of Heaven, Queen of Isis. Let's continue.
At Bedloe's Island, soon after renamed to Liberty Island in June 1885. When Lady Liberty arrived in the United States, it was welcomed by American Freemasons.
Here it goes right here. Queen of Heaven, mother, children of gathered wood and set fire. Queen of Heaven. One of the titles which Isis was known was the Mother of God. Okay, so we're seeing a representation somehow, some way, all relative to my topics. For some reason, they're connecting, and I keep seeing Astarte, the Phoenicians, Khazars, Egypt, Edom. Let's go.
There was debate about what should be included in the cornerstone. The first stone set that all other stones will be set in reference to of the foundation of the monument. It had been an American tradition to have the cornerstone of major public and private buildings and monuments ceremoniously placed with symbolic meaning ever since Freemason George Washington in 1793 had personally laid the cornerstone of the Capitol with the assistance of the Grand Lodge of Maryland. As such, Chairman William M. Evarts of the American Committee contracted the Grand Lodge of Free and Accepted Masons of the state of New York and requested a Masonic ceremony appropriate to the occasion. When the cornerstone of the Statue of Liberty was laid, elements of a traditional Masonic ceremony were observed. A Grand Master provided a few words, and the cornerstone was found to be square, level, and plumb. The Grand Master applied the mortar and had the stone lowered into place. He then struck the stone 3 times and declared it duly laid. Then the elements of consecration were presented: corn, wine, and oil. There's a possibility that the Statue of Liberty is modeled after one of the ancient wonders of the world, the Colossus of Rhodes. The Colossus of Rhodes was a statue of the Greek sun god Helios, erected in the city of Rhodes on the Greek island of the same name. Helios is often depicted with the crown of solar rays above their heads. To be exact, there are 7 almost always. Another is also visible in the form of a bronze bust, always with the 7 rays from the top of their head. According to most contemporary descriptions, the Colossus stood approximately 70 cubits or 33 meters high, which would equal to 108 feet high, approximately the height of the modern Statue of Liberty from feet to crown, making it the tallest statue in the ancient world. The Colossus of Rhodes collapsed during a destructive earthquake in 226 BC. Besides the obvious similarities between Helios and the Statue of Liberty, such as both entities described as light bearers and bearing 7 solar crowns above their heads, Evidence for the Colossus of Rhodes being the possible inspiration behind the Statue of Liberty is found on a plaque located on the pedestal of the statue, with an inscription that reads, "The New Colossus." There is also a lot of evidence to suggest that another ancient sun god named Mithra is the real inspiration behind the Statue of Liberty. Mithra is an ancient Persian deity of covenants, light, oath, justice, the sun, contracts, and friendship. In addition to being the divinity of contracts, Mithra is also seen as a judicial figure, an all-seeing protector of truth, and the guardian of cattle, the harvest, and the waters. Mithra was famously recognized as being the god of light, whose cult spread from India in the east to as far west as Spain, Great Britain, and Germany. The first written mention of the Vedic Mithra dates to 1400 BC. His worship spread to Persia, and after the defeat of the Persians by Alexander the Great throughout the Hellenic world in the 3rd and 4th centuries AD, the cult of Mithra carried and supported by the soldiers of the Roman Empire.
Think about your hat.
Heavy stuff that you keep seeing right there. Remember the Queen of Heaven. We keep seeing the Queen of Heaven, some relationships of these, I don't know, man, these pagans, bro. It's just funny that you know, it's funny. I don't dig on purpose. I just kind of go and start reading, and next thing you know, man, I'm finding all sorts of things like, wait a minute. And it connects to, it's like really like almost in the same house, but just a different room. Something like somebody's talking about it on a different room. And I'm like, wow, bro. It's relating to my topic. Yeah, that's a trip, huh? Yep. It's amazing, though. And you know what? It's just a matter of time before people start to realize what matrix they're living in, so to speak. Video number 2. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Same dude. Interesting videos he's doing.
All right, guys, we are
kind of older, I guess. You guys can join him. I don't know who he is. Satan's Little Season, Alpha Talks or something like that. I think he did it like a year ago. Let's go.
We're back with another episode, and today we are going to talk about Satan's Little Season. We're going to focus on a specific verse today, and let's get right into it. So we're going to continue the topic of the millennial kingdom and the possibility that it maybe happened in our past, and that we are actually a lot further in the Bible than what we've been told. And if you're unfamiliar with the millennial kingdom, what it is, I did make a video on it months ago, and I'll post the links in my bio. I already talked about scriptural evidence for the millennial kingdom happening. I made a video on actual evidence for Armageddon happening, and today I want to talk about Satan's little season. And before I do, I usually mention this in all my videos concerning the millennial kingdom. I want to tell you guys about the timeline. I believe many believers are unaware of what the timeline actually is in scripture concerning the millennial kingdom from beginning to end, what happens. So this is the timeline right here, and you can look up the verses and chapters to read for yourself, and I advise you to read it for yourself, research for yourself, and like the Bible says, study to show yourself approved. You know, don't believe anybody blindly, including me. So do your job as a believer and study to show yourself approved. And of course, pray about this. That's the first thing you should do before you look at anything. But be open to have your reality shattered, because sometimes the truth is going to upset you. It's going to shatter your reality. It might not make you very happy, but the truth will set you free in the end, like Jesus said. Anyway, let's continue. So this is the timeline, basically, right here. During the Sermon on the Mount, Jesus is talking to his disciples, and his disciples are asking him, what sign should we look for your return, after he gets resurrected? And Jesus tells them all the signs. He said there's going to be war, there's going to be famine, there's going to be all these crazy events, there's going to be Armageddon, and then I'm returning. He basically said there's going to be all this destruction, and then I return. After Jesus returns, there's a battle with Satan and the kings of the earth, and there's a verse in Revelation 20, I believe, and it says that an angel from heaven comes down with a chain and locks up the devil in the bottomless pit for 1,000 years. And this 1,000 years happens to be at the exact same time as the millennial kingdom is happening, meaning Christ and the saints rule the earth for 1,000 years, and then after the 1,000 years are expired, Revelation says that Satan will be loosed for his little season to deceive the earth once more, to prepare the earth for the battle of Gog and Magog, whatever that could be, and then the final white throne judgment, and then a new heaven and a new earth. And this is the verse I want to focus on today. Revelations 20 verse 1, and I saw an angel come down from heaven, having the key of the bottomless pit and a great chain in his hand, and he laid hold on the dragon. And we're going to talk about this today and the possible evidence for it. Now, I've been studying the millennial kingdom for months now. Like, I've been kind of obsessed with this topic, and I realized something very interesting. When I look back on all the videos I made, I realized it's all pointing, I believe most of I want to talk about on TikTok a long time ago. In fact, it went kind of viral, and I titled it basically, is the Statue of Liberty the statue of Lucifer? And I basically presented the idea or theory that what if the Statue of Liberty is actually a statue dedicated to Satan or Lucifer? If the millennial kingdom happened and Satan is let loose, my question is, would there be some kind of homage paid to Lucifer? Maybe a statue made in his honor to celebrate his release from prison. And I just had an epiphany in my room today. I was sitting and talking to my friend on Snapchat, and I realized, what if that's a possibility, that the Statue of Liberty really is a statue dedicated to the devil? And how likely is that? So let's talk about a little bit about the history of the Statue of Liberty. So it says that the statue was dedicated on October 28th, 1886.
Let me read this real quick. All right, this is from Two Babylons. on page 5, it talks about here it goes, right here, that the Chaldean mysteries can be traced up to the days of Semiramis, who lived only a few centuries after the flood, and who is known to have impressed upon them the image of her own depraved and polluted minds, como la Virgen María, pendejos. That beautiful but abandoned queen of Babylon, queen of heaven, was not only herself a paragon of unbridled lust and licentiousness, but in the mysteries which she had a chief hand forming, she was worshipped as Rhea, the great mother of gods, which such atrocities rites as defined by her, which Venus, the mother of all impurity, and raised the very city where she had gained a bad eminence among the nations as the grand seat at once idolatry and consecrated prostitution. Damn. Was this Chaldean queen a fit and remarkable prototype of the woman in the apocalypse, with the golden cup in her hand or torch, and the name on her forehead, Mystery Babylon, the great mother of harlots and abominations of the earth? You got to find this very, very interesting, family, because look at this here. Say you don't say. Say you don't say. What is this? I'm not making it up. I'm not making it up. If you look at the meaning of the importance of pushing woman or feminism, now you have our children being told that it is a-okay to listen to this.
Here, it's called It's Perfectly Normal. I'll read some of this for you. It says, after a bit, a person's becomes moist and slippery, and the clitoris becomes hard. After a bit, a person's becomes erect, stiff, and larger. Sometimes a bit of clear fluid that may contain two sperm comes out of the tip of the and makes it wet.
Can we, sir, I'm sorry.
Was it something I said? If you don't want to hear it in a school board meeting, why should children be able to check it out of the school system? But you don't want me to read it. Why? Does it bother you? Yes or no? You can't answer that question. You want to know why? Because politically speaking, you can't say that it's wrong. And you don't want me to read the filth because it exposes the truth. How dare you tell me to stop reading it? If you don't want to hear it, why should the children have to see it?
Pastor, your time is up. Thank you.
That makes two of us. Thank you.
Sexualization, mystery iniquity, mystery Babylon. Let's continue.
The sculptor is Frederick Augusti Bartholdi, and its metal framework was built by Gustav Eiffel. And apparently the Colossus of Rhodes, which was one of the ancient wonders of the ancient world, was actually one of the inspirations for the Statue of Liberty. The Colossus of Rhodes is the main source of inspiration for the Statue of Liberty. The Colossus of Rhodes was a statue of the 3rd century BC, destroyed nowadays. It is invariably represented as an almost naked man wearing a crown of sunlight and brandishing a torch, so basically very similar to the Statue of Liberty. Let's talk about the meaning of the Statue of Liberty. Apparently, the statue is a symbol of freedom and justice. The Statue of Liberty is one of the most recognizable statues in the United States. It is often seen as a symbol of freedom and justice, core principles in the United States Declaration of Independence from the British Empire in 1776. So the Statue of Liberty is holding a torch that represents enlightenment, which is in keeping the statue's official title, Liberty Enlightening the World, which is very interesting because many Luciferians refer to the devil as the enlightened one, the one who enlightens the world. So it's interesting that they give the statue that title. And then it holds crowns. There are 25 windows which are said to represent the gemstones of the earth on top of the crown. There are 7 spikes which many believe to represent either the 7 oceans or the 7 continents. And then the Statue of Liberty is holding a tablet. The tablet she is holding in her left hand is inscribed with the date of the American Apparent Declaration of Independence, July 4th, 1776, written in Roman numerals. And then it has a robe. The Statue of Liberty wears a free-flowing robe, or stola, which powerfully refers to the Roman influence of the goddess Libertas, which was worshipped by freed slaves. And the feet. The Statue of Liberty is wearing sandals with broken chains around her ankle, which represents breaking free from tyranny and servitude.
Also mentions the light. This is on page 97 of the same book. The candles in some part of England, it says lighted in Christmas Eve and used so long as the festive seasons last, were equally lighted by the pagans on the eve of the festivals of the Babylonian god, to do honor to him. For it was one of the distinguishing peculiarities of his worship to have lighted wax candles on his altars. The light bearer, the Christmas tree. You see them all over the place, especially this month. Now so common among us, was equally common in pagan Rome and pagan Egypt. In Egypt, that tree was the palm tree. In Rome, it was the fir, the palm tree denoting the pagan Messiah as Baal Tamar, the fir referring to him as Baal Bereth. The mother Adonis, the sun god, and great mediatorial divinity, meaning the in-between, the mediator. She was a mediator now, right? Was mystically said to have been changed in a tree, and when it had in that state, to have brought forth her divine son. If the mother was a tree, the son must have been recognized as the man of the branch. So we know now that this has to do with a lot of what? The seed of the woman, born of fire. He has to enter the fire on Mother Night, that he may be born the next day out of it, the branch of God. Fire, gods, the woman, mother goddess, the seed, Baal. You see this sign that they have, like Donald Trump. They say don't thread something, don't thread or something. They have a snake wrapped in something like this. Those far right mofos. Yeah. You know that there's some connection with them. So now, therefore, on December 25th, the day was observed as Rome, when victorious God repeated the earth, was held in Natalis Invictus Solis, the birthday of the conquered sun. So we're in these times, in these days, in this month. That's why I wanted to do this class, because I thought, man, it really connects now. I know why your paganism is all over us, no matter where you go, family. Thus, the very custom of Christmas still existent can cast surprising light at once on the revelation of grace made to all the earth, and the efforts made by Satan and his emissaries to materialize, carnalize, and degrade them. Y'all degradable.
So yeah, that's the basic history about the Statue of Liberty and the meaning behind it. So what do we learn? The Statue of Liberty represents enlightenment and freedom. Going back to Satan's little season, let's just say he was loosed. I assume there would be some kind of homage paid to Lucifer as a celebration of his release from prison, right? Of his release from the bottomless pit that he's been in for 1,000 years. And what if the Statue of Liberty is the statue celebrating his release from the bottomless pit? And I'll tell you some of the reasons on why I think it's quite the possibility. The first reasons is the people who designed the Statue of Liberty and gave it to America apparently are Freemasons and high-ranking Freemasons. In fact, the Freemasons call themselves the Enlightened Ones, the follower of the Enlightened One. And the Bible refers to the devil. It says not to marvel at him because he is like an angel of light, deceiving people with his false light. So they refer to the devil as the Enlightened One, which is interesting. They refer to Lucifer as the Enlightened One, right? The light bearer, because I believe that's what the word Lucifer means, the bearer of light. And the Statue of Liberty is holding a torch and it's bearing the light.
Get NFL Sunday Ticket on YouTube. Watch every out-of-market Sunday afternoon NFL game live.
And what's really interesting, there's an inscription on the cornerstone at the Statue of Liberty. And here's what it says. At this site on August 5th, 1884, the cornerstone of the pedestal of the Statue of Liberty, enlightening the world, was laid with the ceremony of William A. Brody, Grand Master of the Masons in the state of New York Grand Lodge members. And that's basically what's said on this little plaque that's near the Statue of Liberty on the cornerstone. So it's very interesting. The designers were Freemasons, and they refer to the Statue of Liberty as enlightening the world, bearing a torch, bearing the light, leading the world. Another interesting thing to mention is the Statue of Liberty is obviously in New York, and New York is the home or the headquarters of the
Check it out, sis. Check this, what this says. The knowledge to which this is from the same book, page, I don't know what, page 71, I think. Page 111, I'm sorry. So it's talking about Easter, right? But check this out. Right here. The knowledge to which the votaries of the Idanian goddess were admitted was precisely of the same kind as that which Eve derived from the eating of the forbidden fruit. The practical knowledge of all that was morally evil and base. Yet to Astarte, in this character, men were taught to look at their grand benefactress as gaining for them knowledge and blessing connected with that knowledge, which otherwise they might in vain have sought from him who is the Father of lights, from whom cometh down every good and perfect gift. Gift, gift. Man, if this isn't the devil, I don't know who it is.
Nations, aka the kings of the earth. That's another interesting connection to make. Now, another reason I believe there's a possibility that the Statue of Liberty is dedicated to Lucifer or Satan is one of the inspiration, like I said, was the Colossus of Rhodes, and this statue was dedicated to the pagan god Helios. And I believe a lot of these old school pagan gods like Helios, Apollo, Zeus, I think these are all the devil, which is different names. And the inspiration for the Statue of Liberty is the Colossus of Rhodes. In fact, the Statue of Liberty is referred to as the new Colossus. Another very interesting reason I believe that there's a possibility that it's the devil. There is a painting that was made in there's a painting that was made in 1796 or 1797 by Sir Thomas Lawrence, and it's called Satan Summoning His Legions. So it's a painting dedicated to Satan. And when you look at the painting itself and you look at the face, there's an eerie similarity to that of the Statue of Liberty. It looks almost identical, which I find very interesting. And here's a very interesting picture of Marina Abramovic, a well-known Serbian witch who was friends with a lot.
Oh, you better take a snapshot of that one right there. Wow, man, you cannot get crazier than that right there, family. Look at that right there. You guys know who that lady is? She was part of that whole Pizzagate shit. Supposedly, here, I'll show you. Pizzagate conspiracy eating babies, right? Pizzagate, I think Pizzagate. Pizzagate eating babies, right? Harvesting babies for blood, or I don't know, something to this effect. It was like a conspiracy. Supposedly, they're eating babies or some stuff like that. I forget her name. What's her name again?
A lot of celebrities. And
Maria Abramovic or something.
And here's a very interesting picture of Marina Abramovic, a well-known Serbian witch who was
Abramovic. Let's see. Okay, let's see this real quick.
Hillary's evil, and I know, you know, I think she's a warmonger. I don't expect the world to change with Hillary Clinton.
Do you know what lard is actually made of? This food saved America during the Great Depression.
Tegan and Legend were involved in a bizarre Twitter battle over the holiday weekend. The celebrity couple even threatening to
conspiracy theory that a Washington conspiracy theory around Pizzagate. Trump. It's centered around Pizzagate, the debacle.
That right there. You see that lady right there? The DC Pizzagate unfolds, pedophile scandal brewing. So apparently she like does rituals and gives them blood or some crap like that. Something to that effect.
Debunked internet conspiracy theory that a Washington, D.C. pizza restaurant was involved in a child sex ring tied to Democrats. In a tweet that has since been deleted, and posted photos of Teigen's 1-year-old Luna, writing, Chrissy Teigen
doesn't want to play it. But look, let me show you this. You guys, I noticed your comment. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, man. Don't threat on me, huh? You damn wicked demons. Y'all are demons. Don't threat on me. It's crazy, bro. Let's continue.
Friends with a lot of celebrities. And Sir Jacob Rothschild standing next to the painting of Satan summoning his legion. So again, the similarity of the faces are uncanny. Now here's the final point that I want to make. Let's go back to Revelations. It says that after the battle of Armageddon is over, an angel comes down. And it says in Revelations 20, and I saw an angel come down from heaven, having the key of the bottomless pit and a great chain in his hand. And he laid hold on the dragon, that old serpent. All right, guys, we are back with another episode, and today we are going to talk about Satan.
I don't know if they're starting to mess with this or not, or what the hell that this is. Come on, man, hurry up. I don't even have a lot of other
the
things
Colossus
on.
of Rhodes. In fact,
Go.
the Statue of Liberty is referred to as the new Colossus. Another very interesting reason I believe that there's a possibility that it's the devil. There is a painting that was made in There's a painting that was made in 1796 or 1797 by Sir Thomas Lawrence, and it's called Satan Summoning His Legions. So it's a painting dedicated to Satan. And when you look at the painting itself and you look at the face, there's an eerie similarity to that of the Statue of Liberty. It looks almost identical, which I find very interesting. And here's a very interesting picture of Marina Abramovic, a well-known Serbian witch who was friends with a lot of celebrities, and Sir Jacob Rothschild standing next to the painting of Satan summoning his legion. So again, the similarity of the faces are uncanny. Now here's the final point that I want to make. Let's go back to Revelations. It says that after the battle of Armageddon is over, an angel comes down. And it says in Revelations 20, and I saw an angel come down from heaven having the key of the bottomless pit. And
Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. So let's finish up with let's finish and read this real quick, and we'll be done. From page 103, it says that name, as found by Leard in the Assyrian monument, is Ishtar. The worship of Baal and Astarte was very early introduced into Britain, along with the Druids, the priest of the groves. Some have imagined that the Druidical worship was first introduced by the Phoenicians, who, centuries before the Christians era, traded to the tin mines of Cornwall. Now we know that the Phoenicians were in Tarshish looking for tin. And who was in Tarshish ruling? It's just getting good. It's getting good. Anyhow, let's finish it up with this real quick, family. See,
The
look,
Biden administration is
pay attention to what he says. These guys are complaining to Mexico, but then he almost says, okay, check this out. Why don't you remove sanctions from there first? Y'all brothers and sisters, I want you to stay strong in the Lord, man. You know, continue to fight. And face those tests that you all are facing, man. Really start examining yourselves, because that's really where the work is. The truth is there. That's where you get the answer. Humble and examine yourself. Matthew 24:3. And as he sat upon the Mount of Olives, the disciples came unto him privately, saying, tell us, when shall these things be? And what shall be the sign of thy coming and of the end of the world? And he answered and said unto them, take heed that no man deceive you. For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, meaning they're the anointed, and shall deceive many. And ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. That ye see that ye be not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. For nations shall rise against nations, kingdoms against kingdom, and there shall be a famine and pestilence and earthquakes in diverse places. And all these are the beginning of sorrow. Then shall they deliver you up to be afflicted. So this is the beginning, just the beginning, family, just the beginning. I'm going to show you something real wicked. How they celebrate Christmas somewhere else, so you can understand and see that this is not something to play with. Please
Ready to
tell
buy?
your family. Please tell your family, your brothers and sisters, stop doing this. This is the origin. This is what they use. This is their what do you call it? Is this it? I don't think this is it. I grabbed two. Oh no, this is not it. I'll show you guys the other one next time. All right. Let's watch this real quick. It's kind of long, but I'm going to play it fast. And I'll do some 5 minutes, and then we're out. Let's go. Shalom. All right, man. You guys take care.
Most Americans today are unaware that Christmas was banned by American colonies and in parts of Europe for several decades during the 1600s by Christians themselves. In fact, all Christmas activities, including dancing, seasonal plays, games, singing carols, cheerful celebration, and especially drinking, were banned by the Puritan-dominated Parliament of England in 1644, with the Puritans of New England following suit.
Wait, what are you guys saying? The YouTube deletes the comments. What are you talking about? Because look, here's what I have. Here's what I see here. Like I don't know what the hell. There was comments here like not too long ago. Oh my God, no, don't tell me they just moved them, bro. That's crazy. They just do that? Did they just move the fucking comments from me? Let's watch this real quick. It's kind of long, but I'm going to play it fast. And I'll do some 5 minutes and then we're out. Let's go. Shalom. All right, man. You guys take care.
Most Americans today are unaware that Christmas was banned by American colonies and in parts of Europe for several decades during the 1600s by Christians themselves. In fact, all Christmas activities, including dancing, seasonal plays, games, singing carols, cheerful celebration, and especially drinking, were banned by the Puritan-dominated Parliament of England in 1644, with the Puritans of New England following suit.
Wait. What are you guys saying? The YouTube deletes the comments. What are you talking about? Because look, here's what I have. Here's what I see here. Like I don't know what the hell. There was comments here like not too long ago. Oh my God. No, don't tell me they just moved them, bro. That's crazy. Did you just do that? Did they just move the fucking comments from me? Or they don't allow y'all to see it? What's going on? Okay. Nah, there's the comments right there. I don't know what comments you guys are talking about. They're removing, but I can't see them. Anyways, either way, man, hit the links, man, and share, bro. Because if they're doing that, then even more power for us to do it. Let's go.
Christmas was totally outlawed in Boston, and the Plymouth colony made celebrating Christmas a criminal offense. Not only that, but in 1640, Scottish Parliament also passed a law that made celebrating the day illegal and punishable by imprisonment.
Whilst it's hard to believe in these times that a fairly innocuous celebration such as Christmas can be banned, in 1640 a law was passed through Scottish Parliament which made celebrating the day illegal and punishable by imprisonment. Not even mincemeat pies or Yule bread were allowed. The law was overturned in 1712, but the Church's opinion on the matter didn't really change much. That is, until 1958, when
Christmas tradition began as a means of honoring the sex and fertility god Yule with a celebration during the month of December, when a large, single log, considered to be a phallic idol, was lit on fire and kept burning for 12 days, as animal or alleged human sacrifices were offered
Phallic idol, meaning a penis worshiper.
in the fire on each of those days. Wild, delirious reveling accompanied the daily sacrifices. According to the saga of King Hakon Haraldsson of Norway, who ruled in the 10th century, the Norse Yule celebration and Christian Christmas celebration were merged during his reign. Hakon became Christian after a visit to England, and after his return to Norway, he put into law that Yule should be celebrated at the same time as Christmas. Everyone was required to have ale from a measure of grain and keep the holiday while the ale lasted, or else be subject to a fine. From this point, Christmas continued to overtake Yule, although some vestiges of the original celebration remain, such as the Yule goat, an animal that pulled Thor's chariot and is now considered by many to be a companion or counterpart to.
Wait, so unless I actually post them on the screen, you guys can't see them? All right, so let's see. So you guys can't see any of these? Wait, in your school system they got what? All right, family, let me go ahead and take care of that real quick. Hold on, let's see what we got. Okay. Matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to use this moment. It's just a regular video. I'm going to use this moment to show y'all something. Thank you, bro, for... Oh, no, not that one. Not that one. That was the funny one. This right here. Okay. All righty. Boom. Okay. All right, fam. So first of all, let me share this with y'all. You know, we got a lot of people that come to this channel and shit, and they try to make a claim for themselves, assuming a bunch of different ignoramus things. You know what I'm saying? Claiming they're Hebrews, that they're not African, that they're the original people of this land, and they cannot prove any of those. You are an African. Live with it. Not that one, dummy. Live with it. And you also did misogynize yourself, or if that's a word, with the white man. And that's okay. So here we have blackdemographics.com, geography African American /DNA. Bruh. So I don't give a shit what you all are. But since you want some of my heritage, I'm going to show you who you are. So then you don't overreach. Like, for example, I'm not trying to be ya at all. You know what I mean? So anyhow, it says here, how African is Black America? Okay. Average ancestry of the African American population, mostly West African, mind you, especially the ones that are not in the elite level. By racial ethnicity, 1% of what you want to be so bad. Top Cats, Research, NHAB, whatever the hell his name is. BHI, FOPI. I'll give you an example of why I say FOPI too. I'm going to bring it out now because then I'll forget. Give me a second. Give me a second. All right, hold on. I have this book, and it's regarding the, let's see if it's this one. Give me a second. No, not that one. I have this book. I have this book. And in this book, I saw this page. Let's see. History of the, no, that's not it. Let's see if I can. Oh, man, which one is it? Let's see if I can find it this way. Hold on. I hate to make y'all wait, but since we've been here a while and, we're trying to prove some things, right? Prove all things. Let me go back sometime in the past because it's pretty much way back there. So let me go back. I've shared this with y'all before, and I want to read this to you guys, okay? I caught this the other day as I was scanning through these videos. And I had shared this on one of the videos, and I chose not to share it because it was talking about a little bit of the topic, and then I kind of, talked about other things too. So I didn't want to get distracted from the point. Here it goes. Thank you, Danielson. All right. So remember, it says European, Native American, 22% of Caucasian, 74% sub-Sahara, meaning, below, all the way stretching to West Africa. Now that I have the picture, let me continue with this, because then I'll forget. That's what I was saying. Black/African American population is one of the most unique groups in the United States. Almost all descendants of the American slaves are mixed with some European and Native American blood. Yeah, 1%. But you know what I mean? They'll ignore this shit here. And then they'll go and completely erase who we are, right? Henry Louis Gates, this man's done his work in order to prove to y'all and remind y'all where you come from. How much African ancestry does the average African American have? Results, let's see. 65%, 75%, 73%, 80%, 79%. Oh, that's gonna hurt! European, 29%, 22%, 23%, 19%. African DNA, well, of course. And now, but again, 2% native, 0.06% native, 2%, 1%, 1%. Oh, that's gonna hurt! He also discovered a whooping 35% of all African American men descended from a white male ancestor. Oh, shoot. So explain this to me, gorilla, white man. Explain this to me, Captain Taserface, white man. Both of y'all claim to be so-called African Americans, but both of you are more than 30% white. So you claim that your father was a so-called black man. That's why you claim to be that person. But Bob Marley, his kids, and Bob Marley is a white man. Matter of fact, white folks, take back Bob Marley. That's your people. He's not African American. He's not an African. He is a white man. Bob Marley is a white man. White man, take back Bob Marley. He's your man. He's yours. It's not theirs. So how can you go by the Bible? If we understand now that 35% or more, almost 40%, right? A whooping 35% of all African Americans descend from a white male ancestor. Those light guys like Tazariak or Gorilla Hebrew, or those light-skinned ones that claim, like the here, the guy with glasses, but his mom was white. He looks literally like the 40% type, right? How the hell do you determine who's who now? I've said it before, Miscegenation. You guys would always been projecting. Matter of fact, the white man never really told us that we were a mixture. It was you guys that told us that we were a mixture. Constantly. Yet you're projecting. Fopi, your Quanah leader, the guy with thin lips, with a tan, that he thinks he's black because he's got a tan with woolly hair, but he's got thinner lips than me. And he says he's black, like African American, hanging around with all you guys that don't have those quote unquote compressed lips or thin nose. How is it that you don't see that? Oh, because he's tan, he got a curly hair or woolly hair, you guys want to call it that shit. You got a guy here that came earlier and said, "Look, let me look at this idiot real quick." And I'm gonna call you that because you come with that spirit. If Moses looked like a white Caucasian, how would he be able to blend in with the Egyptians? That whole Egyptian shit is getting debunked left and right. Yes, there was a mixture at one point, Nubians, but that was like in 600 BC. And then if you consider like the whole movement of what occurred in 711 AD, when they conquered Spain, there was a mixture of people in North Africa. So technically, if we see pictures from even back then, right? I'll give an example. How come Solomon has goat hair? How come David has goat hair? How come that sister that wiped the tears from the Messiah from his feet, he didn't have woolly hair. She didn't have woolly hair. Woolly hair don't absorb water. That shit repels from that. So how does woolly hair get goat hair? How does Solomon have goat hair? That's what I'm talking about. So here you go, oh, well, you got to have woolly. Well, listen, Bob Marley got woolly hair. But his papa's a gringo. So make it make sense. Matter of fact, Bob Marley, woolly hair, daddy's white. He's a white guy. Booker T. Washington, his dad is white guy. W.D. Du Bois, his dad is white guy. And then the other guy, Franklin, those three major dudes. All those three major guys, their father was a white man. A ver, que alguien me explique, wait. If you say it's all based on woolly. Hey, look, I look like a damn skinhead. Bro, I've never been confused for a white man. It's ridiculous to me, man. You guys are even, and it's just like, it fathoms me, yo. Yo, Andy, wear the hair like wool. Where does that say in the Bible? There's scriptures that say, like wool, like snow. Does that mean that the Messiah had snow on his head? Anyways, let's continue. A whooping 35% of the African American men descended from white male ancestors who fathered a mulatto child sometime in slavery era, most probably from rape or coarse sexuality. Honestly, it ain't even from rape, bro. It ain't from rape. Yeah, we're having a blast with each other. You guys were having a blast with each other. Why stop lying? Maybe some of it was rape. I don't think it was rape, fam. They were giving up the booty, yo. That's why you got that here who looks white, but again, because he's got blistered lips and woolly hair, that makes him a so-called African. Make it make sense, family. Let's continue here. African American and Deep South tend to have a higher percentage of African ancestry than the other states, with South Carolina having the highest at 83% African. Not native. Not native. You know what I mean? Not native. Not native to corn. Not native to unleavened bread or masa. Not native to this molcajete. or any of this at all, or any of this at all. And that's biblical, by the way. This right here is unleavened bread. That right there is molcajetes. That's actually a long traditional tool that they use in Egypt too. Hey, you know what? Guess what? Guess what? Beans is in the Bible as well. So is tamarindo, which you guys don't know about. As a matter of fact, the most ancient drink here in the States is tejuino. And you guys, supposedly that are native, don't know anything about that. I do know this. Black Confederates, soldiers, out of the 170 so-called leaders that took Texas, Republican government, or I think they were Republicans, 150 of them look like these people right here.
That's right.
Oh, that's gonna hurt. So before you come into this channel and try to blast and say dumb stupidities, check your DNA before you come and try to check someone else's. Also, because of the many plantations of the Deep South, slave populations often outnumber the free white population. Therefore, a lower percentage of black women would have been victim to rape. See? Percentage of sub-Saharan ancestry of those identify as African American by state. Look at that. 81% Alabama, Africans. And I'll bet you anything, most of the people that are out there on TikTok doing all that stupid shit, you can tell they're from over there because they sound like that Southern accent. Yeah, nah, man. I mean, I can't talk like that. Population research at Penn State University studied DNA samples from groups of African American throughout the U.S., West Africa. Oh, hold on. West Africa. Okay? It says West Africa and Europe. To answer the question, how Africa and African American ancestry. Now, hold on. Oh, let me slow you down. It says West Africa, right? Okay. Let's dabble into Jubilees, chapter 10. So now you're saying that we're the Canaanites. Okay, sounds good. Jubilees, chapter 10, verse 28. Now don't tell me, Fopi, you use this. But don't go over and try to run from it now. You tan white boy of a leader. That's a white man y'all are following. Konai is a white man. Stop lying. And Ham and his sons went into the land which he was to occupy, which he acquired as a portion in the land of the south. Remember, this is after Peleg, right? But look, if you believe in the Bible, then you should understand that it didn't come from Africa. It all migrated from where the actual Babylonian, split became from. But remember Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. If you believe in the Bible, then you should know it's not Africa. So let's reset our minds a bit and look at the origin. So first they were in that region, right? We're talking about Nimrod, Cush, and all that shit. Okay, let's go. Ham and his sons went into the land which he was to occupy after the split, after Peleg. You understand this now? That's why if you understand what his name means, it means scattered, which he acquired as his portion in the land of the south. This is Genesis, I believe, 9, 10, or 11. One of the three. I can't remember right now. And Canaan, hold on. And Canaan saw the land of Lebanon to the river of Egypt. Lebanon. Where's Lebanon? Where is Lebanon? There's a war going on right now in Lebanon, isn't it? Right? That's Lebanon. Okay, so in case you don't know, it didn't originate here, dumbasses. If you believe in the Bible, it originated here. Okay? This is where the family split. Right there. Right there. If you believe in the Bible, of course. If you believe in the Bible. But a lot of you guys don't. You say you do, but you don't. Okay? Because you want to put the Bible in Africa. And there's nothing, absolutely nothing. It's just like memory images and maybe some samples of possible Hebrewism. That's not the original people. Anyways, that's not the point. Lebanon, right? Where's Lebanon? Right here in Israel. Okay? All right. So now let's go back. Jubilees. So you say we're Africans. Okay, sounds good. And Canaan saw the land of Lebanon to the river of Egypt, that it was very good. To the river of Egypt. Lebanon and to the river of Egypt. Hold on a second. Let me go back. So that means all this section to the river of Egypt. You know what I'm saying? To the river of Egypt, right? That it was very good. And he went not into the land of his inheritance. Where is his inheritance, you ask? To the land of his inheritance, to the west, that is, to the sea. What is that?
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Where is this location at? Because we know that, I mean, this is towards the sea, right? Let's say here, land of his inheritance to the west, that is to the sea. And he dwelt in the land of Lebanon, eastward, westward, from the border of Jordan and from the border of the sea. But here it says that he was supposed to inherit a land by the seacoast. But this is the seacoast. So what's going on here? Okay, well, let's read further. Then it says, and Ham, the father of Nimrod, the father of Cush, by the way, his father, and Cush, the father of Nimrod, by the way, and Mizraim, his brother said to him, you have settled in the land which is not yours. Now, what are you going to do, Fopies or black-only Israelites, so-called? Are you going to say this is the old world now? This is the old world to make this fit? Let's continue. And Ham, his father, and Cush, and Mizraim, his brother said to him, you have settled in a land which is not yours. You mean he went into somewhere he's not supposed to, right? Yeah. Doesn't that sound like right now? Aren't some of their people telling him, yo, bro, stop calling yourself a native, dude. We're not trees, yo. We're not trees. Yo, we were trees. You got your own people saying, we're not trees, man. So his father and their brothers all said, you have settled in a land which is not yours, meaning you took somebody's inheritance, and which did not fall to us by lot. Oh, shoot. Do not do so, for if you do so, you and your sons will fall in the land and be accursed through sedition. For by sedition you have settled, and by sedition will your children fall, and you shall be rooted out forever. So now this right here, sedition, meaning saying, yo, listen, you're in the wrong now. You're not supposed to be there. What the hell are you doing there? Get the hell out of there, right? But guess what? He didn't listen. And the Most High gave him a chance. Wisdom of Solomon 12:1. I got a couple minutes. Therefore, chastise those that by them by little. Sorry, Wisdom of Solomon 12:2. Therefore, chastise thou them by little and little that offend, and warneth them by putting them in remembrance wherein they had offended, that leaving their wickedness, they also may believe in thee, O Lord, right? For it was thy will to destroy by the hands of our fathers both those of old inhabitants of thy holy land, whom thou hatest for doing most odious works of witchcraft and wicked sacrifices, and also those merciless murderers of children and devourers of men's flesh and feast of blood, with their priests out of the midst of the idolatrous crew, and the parents that killed their own, with their own hands souls destitute of hell, that the land which thou esteemest above all others might receive a worthy colony of God's children. Nevertheless, even those thou spared as men, he gave y'all a chance, Canaan, and did it sweat wasp forerunners in thy host to destroy them little by little, meaning he was punishing you little by little to see if you just may get it. Not that thou was unable to bring the ungodly under the hands of the righteous in a battle, or to destroy them at once with a cruel beast or with one wroth word, but by executing thy judgment upon them little by little, even thou gavest them a place of repentance. Ooh. That's not Edom, dumbass. That's Cain, by the way, not being ignorant that they were a naughty generation, and that their malice was bred in them, and that their cogitation would never be changed. For this was a cursed seed from the beginning. So here we see that these people were supposed to not be there. Even though God gave you a chance to say, you know what, let me see what they're going to do. Let me see what they're going to do. And what do we find? What do we find? Check this out, family. Genesis 9:22. Right? We're talking about the actual descendants of Noah, right? Okay. So we know that Noah had Japheth, Ham, and Japheth, right? So let's read about Ham. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father and told his two brethren without. Shem and Japheth took a garment and laid it upon both their shoulders and went backwards and covered the nakedness of their father. And their face were backwards, and they saw not their father's nakedness. Verse 25, and he said, cursed be Canaan. Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servant shall he be unto his brethren. Okay, so that's why he gave y'all a chance. But he knew eventually Y'all are a crooked tree. Crooked tree never gets straight. Gave y'all a chance. For who shall say, what hast thou done? Or who shall withstand thy judgment? Basically saying in a nutshell, family, if you read this pretty good chapter right here, it's telling you that he gives people chances, fam. Remember, after Exodus, only through Abraham. Remember, Abraham went into Canaan, was going to go to Canaan, but Abraham didn't take over Canaan. He told Abraham to wait, giving them maybe the chance to repent. But out of all these nations, after the split, he chose Abraham. Abraham wasn't an African. So what are you guys talking about? Once again, a curse through sedition. By sedition, you have settled, and by sedition, your children will fall, and you shall be rooted out forever. So then, where is this place here you're talking about? Like, okay, well, that's chapter 10, but that doesn't say anything. Hold on a second. Let's look at it. Let's look at it. So in chapter 10, it tells you this, but in chapter 9, it tells you where everybody went. Okay? So now you know Ham is somewhere you're not supposed to be. Okay? And God allowed them a chance to see if maybe you may just have some common sense in you. But no, there was no way. So now, where was Canaan supposed to be? Here we go. Jubilees 9 and 1. The sons of Noah now divided their portion. Remember that. And Ham divided amongst his sons. And the first portion came forth to Cush towards the east. We know who Cush is. Ethiopia, right? Okay. All right. Let's continue. And it says, first, the portion came to Cush towards the east, and to the west of him, Mizraim. We know that that is Egypt, right? So here we see Egypt, okay? So in a nutshell, it's kind of like this. Cush, right? Mizraim, okay? And then to the west of him, for Put. So then now we know that Egypt's here. So Put is here, so to speak, right? Right? Okay. And then now what else? And to the west of him, and to the west thereof, on the sea, for Canaan.
Are you?
West fucking Africa. American Journal Human, volume 96, the genetic ancestry of African Americans, Latinos, Europeans, across, whatever. You guys can read that later. But here we see, once again, who are these related to? What are we talking about? West Africa. Group of African Americans throughout the U.S., West Africa, and Europe. This accounts for the Caribbean, sending accents and most prevalent West African features.
Are you?
Wow. You let me know if you want any more. You let me know. Oh, wait. Hey, family, real quick. By the way, hold on. I was just notified that I guess the sir guy, he reported me. That was his that's his spirit. You know how he said he was gonna put spirits on me and shit. So I guess one of his spirits was to tell YouTube that I'm harassing him.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
Hey, hold on, here you go. Hey. Have a good night, family. See you tomorrow.
Vivimos huyendo de la envidia como los niños en Siria de la bomba que le manda el Pentágono. Y todo el día, mamá mía, keeping it mood, that's so real. Love us, man, never fear, never, no. La travesía de la vida más que misericordiosa y nuestra prosa siempre vaya a favor, no. Tú podrás por mierda traicionar a tu familia, matar tu brazo, sangre si vos sabías, pero yo no. Familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, comparte almas cristalinas. Familia, Rastachaya, familia, Magna White son familia, ya no maniga.
هوا ديالي شو من حالي وشو من حالي هاللي بالك ربي كبير وربي عالي واللي جاي الدنيا يوم وباغي سالي ربي يغفر لي ولا دراري هوا ديالي شو من حالي وشو من حالي هاللي بالك ربي كبير وربي عالي واللي جاي الدنيا يوم وباغي سالي ربي يغفر لي ولا دراري un sueño donde no había amor se perdía el color de una flor se marchaba lentamente con el sol en el horizonte pude hacer algo para calmar mi dolor y es por eso que le pongo flow viviendo alto siempre Burruco bimba y es que todo por la familia Burruco bimba y es por eso vengo a bendecir Burruco bimba y es que todo por la familia Burruco bimba y es por eso vengo a bendecir
Familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, comparte almas cristalinas. Familia, Rastachaya, familia, Magna White son familia, ya no maniga.
Magna super slalom, subiendo a nuevo escalón. Metallic in the salon, esquivo like sin Stallone. Esos stage van del palo, pero bitch no rascan balón. Aunque me enrollo nada, cáñamo, nunca me paro. Aunque van tras de mí, no se pueden medir. Buscan el elixir, está metalizado. Y es que yo soy así, no van a descubrir sexy flow y skill con este descaro. Si familia necesita de ti, fíjalo. Burruco Connection Antarctic Field, dígalo. A mí nadie quería de Paris, día yo. Los magnates han llegado, están aquí, víalo. Para soportar el dolor como no imaginas, es la vida en ámbar. Aunque creas que no puedes tú solo con la movida, yo llevaré tus bambas. Familia, fighting the hate and the media. Familia, it's original, man. Familia, fighting the hate and the media. Familia, yo soy un rocket, ellos Aprilia. Con los míos siempre se lo baila. Menea, melena, remueve la vaina. Aunque agarre fuerte el fruto para que no se caiga. Son los magna de Boss Final. Con los míos siempre se lo baila. Menea, melena, remueve la vaina. Aunque agarre fuerte el fruto para que no se caiga. Son los magna de Boss Final. De paramillas sin mirar y sin mirar sin asimilar que es la puta herida de tu vida hurgo. Los manates la chatarrilla hacen pa' pillar piltrafillas. Tres donos nos pilla y se va con la furgo. Te hará falta una pedicura y una cura si se apura. Quizás llega la locura de mi turbo. Dale vueltas a la partícula, deja ya la mandíbula quieta que sola llega a Luxemburgo.
Niño, prepara la compota que la pera pasa.
Pero vinimos a mejorarla.
Pa' hablar por mi familia y tengo autoridad.
Saben que no puedo cagarla.
Si pones ritmo y los manos les toca cuatro patas. ¿Quieres esa vaina? Va a probarla. Toda la que en el party donde se gana. What the fuck, what the girl, what an Vivimos muriendo de la envidia como los niños en Siria de la bomba que le manda el Pentágono. Y todo el día, mamá mía, keeping it that's so real. Lo es man, never fear, never, no. La travesía de la vida más que misericordiosa y nuestra prosa siempre para favor, no. Tú podrás por mí traicionar a tu familia, matar tu brazo sangre si aún sabías, pero yo no. Familia, familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, familia, comparta almas cristalinas. Familia, familia, Rastafarian familia. Familia, familia, Magna White son familia, ya no maniga. Bombo cry, sing it, cross the line on them. Warfare, vengo con los míos, Magna Gate, while I fire them. Bombo cry, sing it, cross the line on them. Warfare, vengo con los manas y saqué, while I fire them. I could stop, shut up on the microphone ballad, and let's smoke the marijuana, psycho Buddha bombo clap, and bang in the street, fire burn it, fill it with. Rastaman and God Illuminati play the kill. Stop, shut up on the microphone ballad, and let's smoke the marijuana, psycho Buddha bombo clap, bang bang in the street, fire burn it, fill it with. Key Cray is a king, Magnus thing. Nobody, no kill them. In a crazy style. Chale, no fire them. It's a Rasta ganja. Nobody, no kill them. It's a Christy style. Tally, no fire cream. It's a Rasta ganja. Familia, Rasta chai is familia. Key Cray is familia. You nego is familia. Cico, Key Magneto, familia. Familia, es el que está a la mínima. Familia, compartan más cristalinas. Familia, Rasta Zion familia. Magna Boy que te aplasta, nego. Y va de nuevo mi tono. Mexicano bandido, todo el barrio prendido. Siempre ando bien cuido, siempre poniendo ruido. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, yo defiendo mi tierra. No me dejo de nadie, yo cuido a los míos, mi raza se aferra. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Me voy tendido, me voy empinando mi bote. Un poco mareado por la bebida y el borlote. Me tiene hasta la riata la gente con su mitote. Pero me despreocupo, me pelan todo el garrote. Me para la chota, ya es por mi apariencia. Que hay tantos delitos, que hay tanta demencia. Yo no cargo nada, no más mi presencia. Pinche puerco joto, atente a las consecuencias. Si no topa el boy en breve nos para en la calle. No puede salir uno conmigo porque ya hay detalle. No quiere que conteste, quiere que yo solo calle. Quiere mi dinero pero que chinga su madre. A la disca este sistema nos quieren ver abajo, pero tumbar gente quien les dijo que es trabajo. Puro chingar al indio, váyanse mucho al carajo. Loco no me rajo, lo bueno porque se armó la alianza más pesada del país. Todo el mundo ya conoce las rimas de estos MCs. Pa' ponerme más feliz, unos paisas de hachís. Mis paisas en el gabacho, bien truchas con la polis. Loco en Guanajuato, con los ojos bien tumbados. De coto con el quesada, rifando por todos lados. Atento si prendo un blunt en cabina cuando grabo. Represento Nuevo León, junto a mi carnal el Davo. Cuando voy pa' Jalisco, el pasado está olvidado. Con el perro de la C, bien grifo, pedo y enfiestado. Chécate mi banderón, unido como había soñado. Bien bajado ese balón, compa Lefty bien bajado. Puro hip hop mexa, hasta que amanezca. Pásenme un mezcal y que no se apague la yesca. Ya saben que aquí andamos pilas pa' lo que se ofrezca. Si escribo estas rimas es pa' que se enorgullezca.
Verde marihuana, blanca cocaína, roja la sangre que escurre de una nueva herida. Yo salí de la ruina, nunca se me olvida. Con disciplina aquí respeto, sigo en la movida. Bien high, la vida es un freestyle. Disfruta lo que hay, vivo entre el bien y el mal, carnal. Crazy life, todo el día viendo live. Pinto tu barda con spray, lo que canto es real. Azules y rojas las sirenas que me persiguen. No suben pa' la virgen, salen todos cuando chifle. Mi barrio no lo pisen, que andamos todos grises. Maldito policía, no quiero que me revises. Prende la mota en canala o en hitter. Ando con mi flota y el dealer. Tenemos lo que se te ofrezca, tú nada más pide. Me dijo mi madre que de la envidia me cuide.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Ya, ábranse cabrones, llegó el mexicano partiendo sin necesidad de palanca. Todos jugamos en la misma liga, yo soy titular, tú ves desde la banca. Disfruto cada cosa que me pasa, colaboro y mi carrera se levanta. El mismo cabrón que antes no tenía nada, se la pasa viajando y dice que canta. Por eso me caga enfermarme de la garganta. Pero aguanta, traigo mata natural y humo de planta. 2, 3 cabrones dando lata y yo haciendo más plata. De esto la vida se trata y pa' que sepas no es barata. MC Davo los desbarata con cada escalón que sube. Yo tuve la suerte de hacerme fama en YouTube. Hay 2, 3 raperos de antaño que me bajé de su nube. Los mandé pa' su casa y de premio hasta les pagué el Uber. Si alguien me tira es porque sabe bien que domino el negocio y quiere de mi parte. No quiero darlas de grande, pero si me tiras la neta me toca humillarte. Soy capitán, llevo el estandarte. Somos muy pocos los que hacemos arte. Este flow si es de Marte, tú dale like y comparte.
México lindo y bandido, diario a Diosito le pido que me cuide a la familia si un día el cora ya no late. Estoy bendecido porque me cuidan los míos. Orgullosamente mexa, estamos locos de remate. Jaque mate, no hable de volar si viene gateando. La cosa por la frontera se pone violenta, no importa el rango. Toda la raza jalándole duro, si hay algo seguro es la muerte en donde ando. Sudor y la sangre en la frente, los de alzada controlando. Se roban la atención, ya saben quiénes son. Vatos locos con sazón como el de un corridón. No quiera tomarme el pelo si ando todo pelón. Levantando la bandera, viva México cabrón.
Es el perrito de la C. La bandera con un águila, Simón, mi tierra es esta. Me vale si mi piel o si mi acento les molesta. Acá jalan horas extras, nunca duermen la siesta. Están los que van pa'l jale y los que la viven de fiesta. Otros que en el pintón se tatúan de corazón. 3 colores en el pecho, morirían por su nación. Aunque su puto gobierno los puso en la situación de no terminar la escuela y terminar en la prisión. ¡Viva México, ladrones! ¿Qué hubo el expresidente? Ya saben que por mí policías chinguen a 20. Y ahí están mis 20 pa' la cagua. Aguas, que es tierra caliente de Chiapas hasta Chihuahua. Wow, 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 GPO, GPUcas. Buenas Montegreen, Aguas, Tijuas y San Lucas. San Luis Potoyes, Mataulipas, La Puebluca. Dime si o no loco, acá tienen lo que buscas.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Puro hip hop mexa, perros, 2023.
Ey yo, ey yo.
Somos la santa carnal.
Ey, ey, los machidones de la plaza.
Oye, DJ donde que los scratches. Desde alzada, mi perro. No saben quién soy o sí. Oye.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir.
Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.